And he made me gain weight.
Mrs. Lucas, have you lost your mind?
No.
I have women coming in here whose men are leaving them because they got too heavy. You got heavy based on his... They won't cook, they won't clean, they won't pick up the house, they're controlling, they're unkind. You have got a guy who cooks for you. You have got a guy who doesn't care what size you are. You have got a guy who, who tells you that he loves you without being prompted or looking for sex. And you're telling me that you want to leave him because he treats a good black woman, which we're going to have to qualify, like good black women, a queen ought to be treated. And what you're doing is taking I am a self-centered individual. And I don't appreciate what a man has brought to my table. So I'm going to make up some stupid reason to say what it is. It's stupid. And I very rarely say that about anybody. Do I, Joe? I don't say things are stupid. Very rarely, because people have odd points of view. That's okay. But that's stupid. You need to grow up, Mrs. Lucas.
y'all. It's just rookie. It's just rookie mistakes. I'm gonna get it together. I apologize. Okay, we had technical difficulties. I done messed up the live that I was trying to start off on a certain note, and I done messed that up. I apologize. Do I at least sound clear? Does the mic sound clear? Can you hear me out there? And that's another thing. Y'all gonna stop picking on my headset. Y'all gonna stop picking on my headset. I'm trying to take us so high that we can touch the sky. You gonna stop picking on my headset for real. I don't know why everybody keep wanting to pick on this thing, but we got to do what we got to do, right? We're gonna keep going. But I'm sorry for the technical difficulties. And before I start, I want to, shed some light on some things. I've started the monetization. I'm gonna start doing emojis, and I'm gonna control the certain levels that I have. I think I'm the first tier levels. It's gonna be a certain experience, and I think maybe the fourth level, I'm gonna make it so I teach real estate in the backhand. Well, in the back end. So anybody that ends up being a member of the Ilkan Ali show, and which will eventually be Ali Boombaye. I'm gonna start teaching real estate for free. Okay, so I'm letting y'all know that the first three levels is gonna be different kind of experiences I want to give to, and I want to give people their own emojis or let people get some you know, their own little intros. But I want to shout out a couple of people before I start. Shout out to Truth, even though he was hating on me when the live first started. I'm trying to do a little simping. True. Everybody saying I'm being too masculine. I'm being too toxic. I done told y'all on Lapifa a couple of shows ago when I was up there. We got to give women what they want. So let me show some love to the women a little bit with some Nicki Minaj and with some Ice Spice, and let me love on the women a little bit. True. Stop hating a little bit, man. Come on. My brother, thank you for calling me and letting me what was going on. I think you were trying to call me, but I was still trying to keep the show going on and support you big time. Doris, I don't know if that super chat even went through. I didn't see if it went through, but it might have went back to you. I appreciate you. That $4.99 super chat. Thank you so much. Um, thank you for Nightish. Nightish, I took you sleeping on these lives, even though I thought it was fire. I want to still show you snoring on here. I want to fully support you in your snoring process and falling asleep on the lives, but you ain't want me to do it anymore, so I took it off. I'm gonna take it easy on you, but I love you a lot, brother. Go and support our brother Nightish. I haven't got the fatties level yet. To start pulling people up. Excuse me, to start dropping your YouTube, but I'm gonna drop it on this when I can get a chance. Ronnie, thank you, family. I told you I'm a rookie. I'm trying. Let me get somewhere. Let me start. Paris, I see you in the back. Thank you so much for coming through. I see you in the back. I'm about to pull you up in a little bit. Let me see. Okay, I think that's it. Is my audio clear? Paris, is my audio clear?
I can hear you. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, does it sound good?
Yeah, you good.
Okay, so I just want to make sure I sound good. Somebody say change my audio settings. But I want to hold on, Paris, before you go. Hold on. I want to shout out. I think we speak a lot about all the issues we have in our societies at this moment. So I really want to shout out the hard workers. I want to shout out the great parents that we have in our society right now. The people who continue on trying to be good people, good mothers, good fathers, good men, and good women. I think we shedding light on the issues, which we need to shed light on the issues. But it's funny when we do talk about the issues, we got more problems with people speaking about the issues than actually talking about the actual issues that's happening to us. So I want to shout out the real people that's not real people who are trying. I ain't gonna say you ain't real if you ain't trying. Also, I want to shout out the hard workers. If you're out here working, you trying and you struggling, just because you ain't rich, just because you ain't no millionaire, just because you suppose you ain't got the bag right now, don't let society judge you, man. Keep trying, keep working hard, um, and keep being motivated. But outside of that, I see a lot of stuff happening in the space right now that we talked about building this house. If you build it, they will come. It seems like a lot of people ain't building solid foundations. Seem a little shaky out there. If you gonna start a family, if you're gonna start a business, if you're gonna start an organization, if you're gonna start a platform, if you're gonna have friendships, build it so it's strong. Don't worry. Don't build it to to a point where people can self-sabotage or sabotage what you're building. You know, be intentional. Don't be this guy. Yeah, don't be that guy, you know. And if you're working hard, you at a business that you don't like, you know, make sure you get, at least if you don't have a purpose, find your passion. If you have a job that you're working at and it's not showing you no love back, you don't feel fulfilled, you don't feel like you have a purpose there, make sure you get a new job before you quit that job. Don't just go up and quit. And again, if you can't find your purpose, find your passion. And if you gonna quit, don't do it like
Still
that.
waiting on that heifer, Julio. Fuck you, fuck you, fuck you. You're cool. And fuck you, I'm out.
Don't quit like that. You know? Maybe
Excuse
quit
me,
like this.
everybody. Derek, Jake, everyone. I got an announcement to make, and I got my friends here to help me out. Guys, hit it.
Shoot-ba-doo-doo-doo, shoot-ba-doo-doo-doo-doo. I am quitting this job today. Hey, hey, hey. I'm leaving.
You know, quit the right way if you're gonna quit, but make sure you have a purpose. Make sure you're driven. Make sure if you're gonna quit something, you're gonna quit a relationship, make sure you have something at the end of that. You know, a lot of people leave something for what they think is a better thing, and it's not always a better thing. You know, the grass isn't always greener on the other side. Miss Paris, how you doing?
I'm doing good, Ali. You know what? I just want to give you your flowers, right? I think you're a wonderful individual. I think you're a very fair and balanced man. And I've been saying this in the background even before last night. So for the people who don't know, I have been definitely talking to Ali on the side and listening to and adhering to his advice. And I think he's a very much so well-grounded man, and he has all of my respect. So anything he asks me to do, I'll honor.
Oh, thank you so much. I think it's great to align with like not only like-minded people but intentional people. I don't think everybody got to be perfect, but I think it's very important that we're intentional, have good faith conversations, and be able to hold ourselves accountable. You know, I've been trying to hold myself accountable. I've been trying to work on my delivery. I've been trying to work on my tonality. I've been trying to work on perfecting what someone else wants me to perfect, even if it's outside my comfort zone, just so the message that can get across to whoever who needs the message. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of and no matter what, somebody's not going to be happy each time, you know.
That's true.
But I'm trying to do my best in pursuit of that. What I'm gonna play some videos. But what do you think about the concept of nice guys finish last? And I'm gonna tell you what I mean by that before you go. When I say nice guys, I'm talking about men who compromise their entirety as an individual, their manhood, and completely compromise themselves to the point where there is no them anymore. You know, where people can use them for their own purpose and they actually don't have no identity. You know, when it comes to being a good man, or at least a trying man, a man who's attempting to be a good man, I believe you can be a nice man. I think that's an attribute you should be in being a nice person, being able to be nice, being able to cater to people that respect you and love you and reciprocate the same thing. But when I say nice guys finish last, and a lot of things that we happen in the space that women call out too, a lot of women are acknowledging who these nice guys are, and they're weaponizing those guys for their own self-benefit, for their resources, for stability or security. And when the women don't feel like they have any advantage with this guy anymore, they don't have no benefit that comes from this man anymore, and that person doesn't fulfill their purpose, they get rid of that guy. And that's what I mean by nice guy. Because a lot of times I think we was growing up, when people talk about nice people, it ultimately is people that should be respected, should be honored and valued. But that, I don't mean it in that way. I think nice people is completely out of context in today's time, because a lot of nice people get taken advantage of. Most of the people who aren't nice, who people kind of look up to and who have clout because of the nasty things they do to people. But when I say nice guys finish last, I'm speaking on people who compromise themselves. What do you think about that?
I think it's true. And I think it is very difficult as an individual who always attempt to practice integrity, right? Like,
Right.
I attempt to have principles that I adhere to, and they come before everything. a lot of times you get counted as the underdog, right? And the reward is your long game. So your reward is intentionality to like getting to everything throughout the BS, like staying above float, staying above the crowd. And a lot of times what you end up seeing happening is your peers are not doing anything remotely that would be morally good, or they have nothing based in principle. Like they have nothing but degeneracy, right? Like they don't honor anything, they don't respect anything, they don't adhere to anything. They literally sell their soul. And what you see happening is they're moving at such a faster pace. They're moving, their life is pivoting ahead like in stampedes. But you also see them have a harder, faster fall.
Right.
And I think nice guys do finish last, but I think that finishing last is a reward in itself because you move at a steady pace. And I'll say this and I'll concede. Someone made the comment and said, going the long game is the reward because you have less opportunities for starting over. So the trial and errors in you doing everything slow, that work, that foundation that you build up actually was you finishing the right way as opposed to you having an overnight success or being a top sensation. So it's not fun. You do finish last, but you ultimately have the greatest reward.
My bad. That's what I meant to give you in the beginning. What's up, my brother Clout?
Hey, Clout.
What up? What up? What up?
What's going on, family?
Chilling, man. I'm just over here cooling, enjoying this weekend, man. I seen that you sent me the links. So I said, let me come check out, see what's going on.
I've been wanting to rock with you. You gotta send me like do you be going live consistently?
As consistently as I can, man. To be honest,
you ain't got your own channel or anything?
No, I don't have a full channel or nothing like that right now.
Well, you need to start your channel up too, man. You bring too much.
I'm working on it. I'm working on it, man.
You know, Paris beating everybody, so we got to catch up with her.
She's killing right now.
What? She got like 60,000 followers one space, 20,000 followers another space. I don't know if she got 100. You got 100,000 followers in another space, Paris? TikTok. She got over 100,000 followers in TikTok.
She's winning right now.
Well, no, I do the work. Right? So I commit to my other baby, and I've seen the reaps of the rewards of the benefits coming along to network with you guys. It's an extra boost because I realize I spend so much time on the Peeve Network, you know, talking to you guys with JR. There's no reason why I can't make that same dedication to my own platform, right? So it's always an avenue for all of us to come together and collaborate. But at the end of the day, the same way we go onto Lapeef Network and they love Lapeef and they love Precious, it's some people that love Ali and it's some people that love Clout. So if they want to see you, they'll come, they'll support you.
That's a fact.
You're right. But while we're on that, man, thank you for the 30 people that's rocking with us right now. Please hit the like button. Please subscribe. And if you can, show your brothers some support. You don't have to, but if you support the black man, please hit the Cash App or the Super Chat.
Show me the money! Show me the money! Do you love this black man? I love the black man! Show me the money!
And again, if you have it, man, I appreciate everything. I know a lot of people work hard for their money, and if you send me money and you donate, man, I truly appreciate it. I know a lot of people work hard for their money, man. But if you don't have it, I still enjoy your support and love. Anybody who always rocking with me. What you think about the nice guy finishing last, man? I don't know if you got to catch my perspective and Paris's, but I feel like the nice guy is separate than the good guy. And when I say good guy, the good guy to me is the trying guy. He's not the perfect guy. He imperfect, but he's trying. He's trying to establish a foundation, trying to be established, establish something in a place where he can take care of himself and the family. He's trying to invest in his community. He's not a guy that'll compromise his manhood to be validated by the community, just to have clout, just to get attention and get fake validation. So the nice guy to me is the pushover. And I believe the nice guy will always finish last because nothing is about him. It's just his validation. The same way society could call women pick-me's. Like the way people are using pick-me's is completely wrong to me. Like usually they calling women who are aligning with men, and men and women aligning, trying to support the community, trying to support families. They call those women pick-me's. The pick-me's to me are the women who tell you and do anything they can to get you, tell you what you want to hear, and they're actually chameleons, or they switch and bait you. I think those are actually the pick-me's. So the men and women to me that compromise themselves are always going to finish last at the end of the day. Like Paris was saying, the real relationships, the real foundations, there's more time that takes place for that to be created and for it to be implemented and for it to grow and for it to actually flourish to something that is solid, because it's actually something that people are taking the time to build and invest in. So what do you think about the nice guy finishing last?
Man, I entirely agree with that perspective, man. I think that when we're talking about a nice guy, we're definitely talking about the guy that's compromising. We're talking about that guy that likes to, like, like sacrifice himself to try to please others. We're talking about people pleasing. We're talking about all those characteristics, and I absolutely agree. I mean, I know it to be true because I've been there before in life. When I was a much younger guy, I would classify myself as someone who fell into that nice guy category.
Right.
And I definitely found that during that time of my life, I was not getting the things that I wanted out of life. You know what I mean? And a lot of time that niceness, or what people in that position perceive as them being nice, is really just them being afraid to speak up. A lot of times, they're afraid to ruffle feathers. They're afraid to be the bad guy. They're afraid to be looked at the wrong way. And not only does that affect you like in your professional career, but I think it's like a repellent to women. When women can tell that you're compromising, and they can tell that what you're saying to them is different than what's going on inside of your mind, or in your brain or in your heart, I think that it's an immediate turnoff. Like, they can immediately sense that something's wrong, and they distance themselves from those type of guys.
Can I add something to that?
Of course.
Please do.
I think the nice guy generally overall lack boundaries, right? They lack the willpower to be able to know how to prioritize themselves when it's necessary over other people. And that's why a lot of times when they get people that they do tell no, right, they're not receiving the same type of support that they normally would, or they're being demonized because the boundary of being no came at so many yeses, as opposed to them just setting the stage to say, you know what, this is what I will do. This is what I won't do. This is what compromises me. This is what I'm open to being accessible to you for. They're constantly overextending themselves, and they're always going along with things to make people feel like what they're doing is okay, even if they disagree. They're not speaking up, and we know silence is compliance. If you don't say something and I'm doing it in your face, if I'm stealing in front of you and you don't walk away from me, or you don't show me any type of disagreements to that, the assumption is I'm cool with you stealing in front of me. And the nice guy typically does that, even if a person is not doing something that they're morally okay with or that aligns with their principles. They're not speaking up. The boundaries there lack in so many different areas and sectors, and that's the reason why I say they don't win until the end, because it comes at the lack of so many experiences. It comes with them being in so many bad positions, wrong place, wrong time, and it comes at them being counted out so much. They end up falling hard. They end up resenting a lot of people in the end. They end up having to, guard up for whatever reason and becoming cold. But it's all due to a lack of boundaries, of them overextending themselves, where they never did their research to check if people really needed them or if people were using them.
Right. So don't you think, and that's why I say, ultimately, as I gotten older, and Clout, you can correct me if I'm wrong, and what women I see women going after and what men are becoming, women don't want the nice guy, they want the right guy. And I think what you're saying, through the experiences of you trying to be a nice guy, be purposeful, be driven, be motivated to make, to impact people's lives in a better way, to improve your life, in the way that you're impacting society in a great way. I believe that nice guy ends up the right guy. But if he stays the nice guy, he'll continue to let people leverage his niceness against them. He'll weaponize against himself, and he'll lose himself to everybody else, to where everybody just takes turn going, hey man, if I need this done, I'm gonna call old boy. If you need old boy, if somebody get hurt, somebody get taken care of, I'm gonna call old boy. If you know somebody who got no self-control at all, he always emotional, but you can get him to do whatever you want him to do, depending on the situation. I'm gonna call the nice guy. I know I can't call the right guy because the right guy is not gonna let you compromise him. You know, he's moving with purpose. He's found his purpose, possibly like you say, trying to be the nice guy, but understanding that his purpose isn't losing himself, is gaining himself and being the best person that he can be so that he can help everybody around himself rather than losing himself.
And he starts lying to himself. He starts saying things like, it's no big deal if they ask me for help, because what you do see happening is they go to other people that they can trust and they start complaining to them about them being used. And then they start telling themselves and they start telling the people that they're complaining to, I don't mind, it's just, or I don't mind, but, or I'll do it for them. I don't, it's always them trying to ease that disagree and saying, but it's them psychologically telling themselves that they're okay with something they're really not okay with, right? And the acknowledgement in that is them also feeling guilty of an obligation, right? Because I've done this and I've showed up for you so many times. This has become a part of who I am. It feeds my ego a little bit because I know that I'm going to come through for you, but it also feeds the other person's ego because they know that they can never show up for the nice guy the way that the nice guy is showing up for them.
Right. What you think about that, Clout?
I agree with her 1,000%. Yeah, I think I agree that they're lying to themselves. Like the first lie is that they're nice in the first place. Like the first lie is that they're doing whatever they're doing to be nice. Now, everybody has an agenda. Everybody has something they want. And a lot of times with people who identify as nice, that's the first lie. You're not really doing the things you're doing for no reason. You're just afraid to ask for what you want. You're not negotiating for what you want. You're not really being nice. You're just a bad negotiator. So the entire nice guy thing is predicated on lies. You know what I mean? Like even in a situation where being a nice guy to a girl they like, like you're not really hanging with her because you're nice. You're hanging with her because you like her. You're hanging with her because you want the relationship to progress, but you might be afraid to say something or afraid of rejection. And so the lie is that I'm around her because I'm a nice guy. I'm doing all these things because I'm a nice guy, when really you're around her to get a little bit of attention and a little bit of her time, because that's the only way for you to get it.
Right. So, okay, now watch this video. Like this is an example I mean, right? Women will say they want a certain type of guy. Women to say they want you to approach them some type of way, but then when it comes to reality, do you think like what we about to watch in this video? Do you think women will like this one way you speak to her, or you think women would like you if you speak to her in this manner? Okay.
Help talking to females. I don't know how to talk to them.
Just be yourself. Be confident. Be kind. Give her a compliment. She'll go.
Excuse me, beautiful.
Ew, no.
Hey, bitch, you want to get on this dick?
I love you.
Wow, this is amazing. This bitch really going for it. Wow, I've been so rude. And what about you in the back? You want to join too?
Okay.
Okay, wait. Wow. Double wait. Jesus. Need help talking.
Crazy.
Do you think that that's what be happening? Like, you think guys be trying to be nice? Like, men, I be seeing brothers be afraid to approach women in today's day and time. Even if they approach them respectfully, a lot of women will reject them. But if you approach them what it seems like in that kind of manner, especially if she supposedly attracted to you or like you, you'll get a different result. Do you think men being nice the way the brother was gets that kind of result? And in a man acting in the capacity he was, do you think he gets that? He gets the women. The guy that acts savage, the guy that acts edgy, does he get the women over the guy that says, "Excuse me, miss, I'd love to speak to you. Could I take you out sometime?"
Listen, absolutely. And I'm gonna tell you why I know this to be a fact, because there was a video going around YouTube a couple of years ago where there was a guy who he did this, but how he did this is he approached. It was the same guy who approached the same girl. One time he approached her with like a suit or like a button down on, and he was like, "Hi, excuse me, miss." She was like, "Nah." The next time he approached her, he had on like a fitted and like a t-shirt, some jeans and a chain. He was like, "Yo, what's up, ma?" Like, "Yo, let me talk to you." Yo, by the end of the video, she was jerking him off. It's the same guy that she rejected. She didn't even recognize that it was the same guy that approached her the second time. And again, she's jerking him off by the end of the video, which is like literally. And I'm just like, yo, it's crazy that she rejected him when he approached her like respectfully and like, or you know, what we would say is respectfully, you know, hi miss, you know, I'd like to get to know you. When he was just like, yo, ma, come in. Like did it, she was with it. So I agree for sure.
There was a tweet that would happen to be circulating, and the tweets go over to Facebook, and they cross territories often. And now Justin LaBoy, he now has a lot of those posts that are circulating on Instagram, and it basically said was women say, I don't want a good morning text. That's too nice. And a lot the response be from a man is, would you rather say, wake up, bitch? You know, it's like the response that women are receiving from the nice guy isn't received well. You know, you hate the good morning text. You hate when he's approaching you nice and kind and generously. You know, it's very much so an attitude. But if he were to be obnoxious and rude and absurd or callous or even pose you in a misogynistic manner, now you turning up like that's the guy that you're going for. Or even how Clout mentioned where there was a guy who appeared to be homeless, like standing off by himself, and he approached a woman and, you know, she turned her down. But then he takes off of this thing and he goes and he hops into this Lamborghini, and as he's getting ready to leave, she stops him and is like, wait. You know, it's like really not knowing what you want. You know, you approach it one way, there is no genuineness to it. It shows that there's an ulterior motive from the other party.
Right. And again, let me give a shout out to the 30 people rocking with us, man. Please hit the like button and the subscribe button. And I want to give hold on, I got some super chats in. I want to give some shout outs to. Now, this is a brother right here. He's a Trump supporter, and we don't agree on about everything. And regardless of how the nation's being ran, and regardless of the disposition and the positions of certain race issues in this country, but I'll say he's a good brother. He's an intentional brother. Thank you for the $2 super chat, family. My sophisticated jerk came in the building. Thank you so much, brother. Hey, you need to come on the panel, man. Shout out to you, sophisticated jerk. Shout out to Ali and the panel. Manic sophistication in the building. Thank you so much, brother, for the $10 super chat. And I forgot to read his. Trump 2024. I think he will win. Because they're making it look like it's a witch hunt on him when a lot of people already support him. And I think the way we elected Biden, and it feels like we don't have a president right now, is going to make people elect a president that's always being polarizing and is always showing himself. And he seems like he says what people want to hear, even though I believe he goes against what they want to hear. But against our best interests. But that's a whole nother subject. But shout out to you, brother. And then I believe Miss Doris sent me a $4.99 super chat as well too, but it was on the other live. I don't know if I got that, but I truly appreciate that as well too. Hold on real quick. Okay, so Miss Paris, do you think the women supporting what they're supporting is actually making men behave this way as well too? Do you think,
absolutely.
You know, are they supporting this great man, this community based, or are they supporting this superficial man that has the bag and has power in what they deem as power?
Men are supporting the superficial man, and this may be, you know, a little bit triggering, right? Because a lot of times people love to think that the high value man is the priority. No. The same way men are trying to say, well, women would have sex with men who are the top 10%, et cetera, et cetera. But then you look at their baby daddies, and these men are broke. They, you know, homosexuals. They don't really have much to give. That's not it. Like, women have always been performative and cheerleading for the wrong type of man. Because if you look at the man that is always getting the attention, or the man that is always having sex, he's not necessarily the most great, credible guy. But the guy that you would think would be the well-to-do socialite, who looks good on paper, who can carry himself well, he seems to be going under the radar, right? And it's like the men now who are, well-to-do men, I would consider well-to-do figures in society that would be eligible men for marriage candidates. They're seeming to be picking up the bad habits of saying, well, why would I vet you properly? I can just go and have sex with you like this guy did. Or why would I go out my way for X, Y, and Z? And it's like you're compromising yourself when you're supposed to be the leader. You're supposed to treat her right from wrong. So even if you would give her your time, you're already saying you find something in her worth value, right? And if you're saying you would sleep with her, you're already saying you're finding something in her worth value, because a man of actual value, a man of principle, a man of character, he's not going to entertain any old woman. So if this woman already has gotten your attention to where you would talk to her, where you would sleep with her, where you would invest into her in some realm, you're taking her under your purview, then at that point, you should be saying, I got to correct some of her bad behavior. I shouldn't approach this like one of them worthless dudes. I'm not one of those guys. So if you're going to separate yourself from them in a regular connotation, right, in a regular sector, and say I'm better than him, you should also be doing that by saying I'm going to handle this woman better than what he did. But instead, what they try to do is punish the woman. They try to take a different derivative from it, and they go, I mean, she let this guy sleep with her in 2 weeks, but you still are interested in this woman. It makes no sense. You're letting women guide, you're letting women lead, and you're doing it inadvertently. You're not even thinking about the fact of how you're looking at the entirety of it. You also are aiding and embedding in the bad guy that you're going against by handling women that
way. Yeah, but do you put that responsibility on them? Like, okay, I believe everyone has their lanes, right? If a woman wants to be in the jump lane, she's gonna be in that jump lane, right? She's operating a way where, hey, I'm having sex. And then there's a lane where she want to be wifed. Same thing with a man. If a man engages in those behaviors and he's saying, hey man, I'm out here having sex versus I'm out here trying to be a husband. Do you think that it's my responsibility to even change this woman? Can I change this woman? You know, like people we keep speaking about men being great leaders and being great instructors and skilled and trying to get women to approve, but I can't make her do what she don't want to do. So
this is why I say, based off of the question you asked me was, do you think men are following that? And I gave you the example of why I think men are following that, right? Because even now I'm seeing well-to-do actual men who are worth marrying, right? Like, you look good on paper, you got yourself together, you ain't in no trouble, you ain't got a whole lot of kids running around, you really got your head on a swivel, right? So you're worth not only respecting, you're worth leadership. But you're using women as a pawn to basically enable those bad behaviors as well, so you can benefit from them. I do blame the women for even making it a thing, because men can't be bad people if we don't encourage bad behavior. Same way with women. Women can't be bad people if there are not some men who are encouraging bad behavior. So we are encouraging men, right, to let them know, regardless if you on baby mama number 3, I possibly will be baby mama number 4. And even if you ain't took care of these kids, right, I still will go sleep with you. You know, even if you never dated, I still will go out with you. I will still give you a chance, because those women could have been wrong, right? And that's why I say we always know women out of other women. Abusive men are never without a woman. But it's always a woman who's pointing the finger saying he did this to me. But it's always another woman who's willing to give him a chance. So by default, women are at fault. You're not paying attention. You're not actually correcting the behavior. You're not actually holding the man accountable.
That's what I mean, though. Everybody knows what's real. I don't lose my value having sex. Women lose their value. No. Get where I'm going at. It does ultimately go a value, because sex is deemed different for both of us. Just like if you were broke, it doesn't matter. Like, that doesn't demonstrate your value to men. If you didn't have anything, if you don't have nothing going for yourself, but you are a virtuous woman, or if you even were engaged in sex before and you turned your life around and you were a redeemable woman, a man would work with you if you're a woman of peace. So this is what I mean. You're here for my pleasure, whether you're having sex with me or whether you're being my wife. I'm here to take care of you, whether I'm making you my wife or I'm taking care of you sexually. It's what we both concede to, or what we both consent to.
Right.
So what people play around with the fact is, if me and a woman right now, if I go right now, I meet a woman right now, we know we both just having sex. If we just having sex, that don't mean I'm taking advantage of her, and it shouldn't mean she's trying to take advantage of me.
Correct.
We both consented to this. The problem is when a woman's innate nature goes, I'm saying that in one way, but I said it so I can get connection to you, even though I probably couldn't be with a man like you, but I at least want to be able to have sex with you, and I possibly can get you to be with me. Same way a guy knows if a woman's not on his level, but he'll give us some money, he'll give us some access to some resources, take her out to dinner, gift her, praise her, but he's trying to get access to her for maybe she'll like him. You know, it's the same way, but we all know what's actually going on when we're behind these doors. And when we're to ourselves looking in the mirror. You get what I'm saying?
We having two different conversations. You're absolutely right. I do not agree with anything you're saying, but we're having two different conversations. So going back to the question that you initially asked me, are women encouraging the bad guy? And the answer was yes. And then you say, are men playing into the bad guy?
Right.
Because women are encouraging. The answer for me was also yes, right?
You know what we having a misunderstanding? When you're saying bad guy, because he's doing what she wants. That we're saying bad guy for how they'll deem him bad when they don't get what they want from him, but they both consented to something. But now they're going
about the nice
right.
guy.
I get yep. I get what you're saying. That's what we had to misunderstand. So right.
This is the reason why I say yes, men are playing into it. I do feel like women are at fault, right? I explained that, but men are playing into it because even now, right, for the man who has no job and he's able to get whatever, whenever, however, what he wants out of a woman, that same woman can be entertained by a man of a better caliber, right? Not high value, just simply a better caliber. And that man of better caliber will say in so many words how he's so much better and different than the other guy. But the way he's handling the woman is based off how the other guy handled the woman, as opposed to stepping into his authority and saying, you know what? I don't need to do what he did. You know, I can still get a better result out of her as opposed to doing what he did. So I'm not blaming him. I'm just saying he's even playing into it.
Right. What you think about it, brother?
I haven't really formed my thought fully on it. Like I'm listening to y'all and I'm following both of y'all, but y'all are both going in different directions, so I'm not really sure which way to go with it.
So this is what I think we're trying to get to too. I think what Paris is shedding light on, what I'm trying to shed light on, and I said it. That's why I said it on the last Lapeef show. I think you was on that one too with me and Paris. If we don't do what women want to do, it seems like we lose. If we do what women want to do, we still lose. But if we're ultimately doing what you want to do, and now women are our leaders, whose fault is it with these relationships going in this direction now? You get what I'm saying? If she gets what she wants, she possibly would divorce you and leave you because she might have settled with you because you really want the guy she wanted to be with. But since she had the tangibles and she had power over you and you compromised yourself, she'll be like, dang, I got what I wanted from him, but I really didn't get the man that I was looking for. Then if you get the man that you're looking for, even if you get the opposite of the so-called savage or the thug or the bad guy, which is a guy who's not doing what you want to do, you leave him because you don't want to be on his page. So then we ultimately come back to and go, okay, men are trying to do what women want to do now. They kind of deviate away from what they want to do, right? It seems like women are the new leaders, right? What are our women's intent in today's day and time? If they are going to be if they are ruling men, because they're saying, Fatty, there's a saying in this country, it says, men rule the world, men rule women. And if women are ruling over men, what essentially are women's goals now? You know, brothers are still going out to work to take care of the women and the children, but a lot of women are going out to take care of themselves. So if you're only investing in yourself and you're seeing people are deviating from you when our nature is to come to you, what are our women's goals? Because a lot of times it's still hard to, I've come to the place outside of attention, outside of validation. What is it that our women are looking for? Because they're pushing everyone away, even if they're with them. You know, you got the babies with you, the babies are pushing you away. You got the cat and dog with you, the cat and dog are being neglected because everything essentially is for validation. So then if there's an insecurity issue that needs to be addressed, why aren't we even shedding light on that? Because women are priceless. when they're born, they're priceless. They're the most valuable being, and we're all coming to her, and we know that because we given. If women was as meticulous about their decision making with the wrong decision making, society would be way much better. You get what I'm saying? But they know that, and this is why men would be funny and go, if women were leaders, they'll drop nuke bombs on anybody, right? Because women will use men to weaponize against other women, other than men, and they're weaponized against women. Not nukes would be dropped everywhere, right? So if women were making meticulous decisions to better the family, to really be about investing in her, that's our innate nature. We're already coming to you. So what's happened is a lot of decision makings become in such a narcissist way that is pushing everyone away from you, but we can't stop coming back to you. And we know that because we give women endless grace. You get what I'm saying, Cloud?
Yeah.
Women can do, we live in a society ultimately where women know they can do no wrong because there's someone else that's going to come and pick up the pieces every single time. They can't, if they make a bad decision, so what? There's 100 dudes right there lined up ready, whether it's the give you sexual validation and confirmation, or someone that will still give you resources. So we go, it's men's fault, but men are doing what you want. How you go? How do you win unless you get men back to that toxic masculine man, right?
Well, this is the thing, right? Because I agree with a lot of what you said. I think in the modern women, there's a very large element of narcissism. And so we have a situation where, like you're saying, men are kind of giving women what they want, which is essentially being codependent. You know what I mean? So I feel as though the women are being narcissistic and the men are being codependent. We can't really blame the men for enabling the behavior, but as much any more than we can blame the women for whatever traumas caused the behavior. I think that we just have to identify what it is. Like, and if you're dealing with narcissists, you can't give in to their needs. You know what I mean? You can't give in to their wants, because every time you do that, you're just giving them more and more supply. I think that the only thing men and women can really do is protect themselves. You as a man can learn to identify the narcissistic behaviors and choose not to entertain them. And I think in choosing that, you'll get whatever woman you're dealing with to slowly over time function in the capacity you want her to, because the narcissistic behaviors will be unacceptable. They won't even get the attention, So I think it's a give and take on both sides. There's a lot that we can do to give positive reinforcement for good behaviors and negative reinforcement for bad behaviors. And I think it's vice versa with women as well, as far as dating the quote unquote bad guy. But I think that even adds to it, because I think that the bad guy kind of gives them the ability to be what they want to be. Like if they're dating a guy that in their mind they view as the bad guy, that allows them to be the bad girl. And a lot of women want to be that. A lot of women want to express those feelings and feel like that. And so they're living vicariously through this dude. So we're always going to have that, I think. But you go ahead, Paris.
I think you mentioned something that we don't zone in on enough. And we don't talk about it because we like to have this idea that men are more self-sufficient. It's not an idea, but because men are more self-sufficient, let me correct myself, than women, we don't ever attach and attack the man's codependency, right? And I honestly think that the idea that men have always known and accepted the fact that they want women, when women's bad behavior show up, men's codependency is just literally a response. And a lot of times, I think that's where the judgment gets clouded. I don't think it has anything to do with necessarily, men wanting this, right? Because we have this huge misconception that, they want it. No, they don't. But the codependency in men on women to rely on other things that women do for them, aside from the pleasure aspect, or just simply just the companionship of a woman. Because sometimes some men just enjoy women's company. They just want a woman around. Yeah. I think that is really where we are having the hit hard thing, because it's one thing to be interdependent. It's another thing to be dependent. Men know that they're self-sufficient and dependent with or without a woman around. But there is a form of codependency somewhere in there that is making men concede to women's bad behaviors.
Yeah, I want to expound on that, because I have a theory and on this. And my theory is that men are naturally supposed to be a bit more narcissistic. And women are so the masculine energy is more so a little bit more narcissistic. And I think the feminine energy is a little bit more codependent. I think that we've what they've done in society is they've created incentives that completely flip it. It makes the feminine behave narcissistically. It makes the male behave codependently. So what happens is when the women are functioning in a narcissistic capacity, they're always going to despise the codependent, right? They're always going to have some resentment towards their codependent, and they're always going to be attracted to other narcissists. And those narcissists represent the quote unquote alpha male or the quote unquote bad boy. So the only thing that can get them in a codependent state is being in a relationship with someone who's slightly narcissistic, which is why. So this is why where the struggle is happening, because the men are being taught and conditioned to be codependent, but the women are naturally attracted to men who are slightly narcissistic, and vice versa. Men are attracted to women who are slightly codependent, and it creates a problem for men when the women have that narcissistic energy. So I feel like we just need to flip that. Honestly, that's what I think. Like in the pimp game, they have something called ism, and what I think is, from my studying and understanding, I think ism is narcissism. I think that's what the ism is. And I feel like when a pimp becomes, what makes him a pimp is he's able to channel narcissism. And by presenting himself as a narcissist, being the most flashy in the room, the most attention grabbing, the most grandiose, he's able to attract the hoes who are also narcissistic females.
Well, aside from the look, it's also the mentality, right? Because he inadvertently tricks and manipulates the women into thinking without him, they have no existence. Without him, they're not safe. Without him, they don't know how to think. This is how
he breaks them and makes them codependent.
Brainwashing, and that is the narcissism, because narcissists, regardless of how terrible the relationship is, they will always find a way to keep it afloat. Well, regardless of how terrible the relationship is, and despite what bad they have done, they will always flip it and say, "You made me do this to you. I didn't want to do this. It wasn't my fault that this happened to you. It was you who did this to you, and you're the reason why I wanted to do this to you."
Right. Now, also what I think is, I think that of course, there's obviously narcissistic personality disorder, but I think there's a healthy level of narcissism. And I'm under the condition that the male brain, because it's less emotional, is just better equipped to be narcissistic because they have the ability to self-reflect on their own narcissism. Whereas I feel like when females embody narcissism, it's very hard for them to control it because it's being ruled by emotions, which makes it a lot more dangerous.
Correct. And it also gets having a arrogance is something that's typically associated with men, whereas being conceited, is something that's typically associated with women. And at one point in time, of course, before social media got to this point, narcissism was primarily found in men. As of, I want to say maybe 2019 or 2021, it's substantially increased. They found it just as much as in women as they do in men now. And I think that it goes to show how a lot of women downplay even the necessity of having men around. Because in actuality, we really don't exist in society at all without men. But the convenience of men have made it to where subsequently we're going on in life, we don't even realize things that we're doing on a regular contingency basis have men somewhere perpetuated in it.
Well, because the women are viewing the men that they see as codependent. So the women are like, I'm better off being a little narcissistic because these men are all codependent. They all feel like, a lot of men feel like their life is not complete without a woman. And that's something that's been taught to us, like in movies and like video games and anime, like the romance story, like the romance being the purpose for a man's life has been something that has been brainwashed into us for a long time. And a lot of men internalize that. A lot of men don't feel like they're a real man until they have a wife, until they have someone that they're taking care of, until they have kids. And really it's supposed to be the opposite. It's supposed to be that the woman don't feel like she's a real woman until she has a man in her life that she serves. But society's flipped it.
I think if we throw them words away, the word is causing. So I think it will cause us more confusion than to really say what's happening, right? Saying people are narcissists, because we're saying there should be a healthy level of narcissism and there's a bad level of narcissism, right? But I think they're both codependent. Think about that. The user needs somebody to use, and the person who wants to be used needs a user. They're both
Right.
insecure individuals who will create in either superficial relationships or dependent relationships to validate themselves, even if it's to use somebody and get used. Because I said the problem with love today is there's people who have a problem fixing, always want to fix someone. That's how they feel validated. They'll fix them forever. And there's people who want to be fixed forever. Versus two people going, hey, I'm going to be the best person I can be. You're going to be the best person you can be. And when we come together, we're going to reciprocate that energy. And there's no compromising of each other. It's love, and there's order, and there's sustaining order. There's no manipulation of each other to suit what's in your best interest. It's in the village best interest. So when you say healthy narcissism, I agree 100%. We should be, you know why men are attracted to that type of women? Men want strong women. So sometimes a man wants a strong woman, a decisive woman, a woman who's kind of emotionally in tune with herself, knows what she wants, but it's not what you think it is. Same thing with women. Women see a guy that's the Casanova, or a man who knows his options, and a man who's being pushed to see what he thinks a high value man is, and he's not really trying to finesse. He's finessing, but he's doing what he's taught to do. The woman's being taught what she's doing. So there's women that's finessing, there's men who's finessing, and there's men and women who get finessed. Everybody is channeling what's set in society for us to do, and this is the new village. The old villages doesn't exist so more. So when you live in this superficial world, this is the normal, this is the new relationships versus relationships where people wouldn't let themselves be compromised, and you have to show up as an actual woman and man, regardless of the amount of resources you had as well too. It's the quality of man and woman meeting each other, and you bonded together because y'all were great men and women. You understand what I'm saying?
I completely agree. I agree with both of you guys. I did want to say one thing, and I'll let Clout jump in and respond. When you talk about the codependency, even emphasize the way that women are currently describing men now. They're saying things like you can be a married woman still single, and they're talking, and a lot of this is confusing because the idea is that even if I were to be, it's crazy because you want a relationship, right? You don't want to be married, right? Or everything that you're talking about is better off with you being single and independent, but you still are attaching yourself to multiple men, right? And you're the one controlling the situation. You're getting a need fed off of all the men relying on you, like Ali said, this is the codependency interchange. You're getting the need fed because all of the
I just want to quick interject and you keep going. It's not a healthy need that's being met.
Oh,
it's
an
insecurity need that's being met. It's something about you where you need validation.
When they talk about the cleanup guy,
right?
You got the guy for this, the guy for that, the guy for this. So Clout was actually right when you talk about the codependency, but just looking at the way that men are being described today, it's describing in a way of fear mongering based off the need of codependency. All of the majority of the women who talk about what it's like to be in house with a man say everything falls back on them. They never mention anything of the man's value or things that the men do. They only talk about the fact that they work and come home and work again. So the idea is being pushed that all men are codependent regardless.
Yeah, but also I think a lot of them feel as though like you said, they feel as though they're attached, that they're attached to a bunch of different men. And I don't feel like the women feel like they're attached to a different men. I feel like they feel like a bunch of different men are attached to them. You get what I'm saying? Like
they are attaching themselves. So even though what I mean by that is they're going to make these different connections. They may feel like they control the art of I don't care about him, or I don't love him, or I don't actually have an emotional attachment to him, but they're creating these relationships regardless. And they're creating them, again, out of an unhealthy need base, right? This is based in ego. And then they're trying to trick themselves to saying, he's not going to be happy or he won't be fulfilled unless I'm around. They're even doing it in a way where they're telling a man that they want, there is a man looking to replace you. They're telling you that they want, hey, you sitting up here, you acting up. But in reality, I'm talking to this guy all the time, every day. He's doing whatever, whenever, however. He's doing that because he got me. So you need to get your act together because he got me, although I'm entertaining both of y'all.
Yeah, but it's the part of, and this is what I love about nature, right? and looking at the babies, like nature loves you for your survival, right? The water's enriching your body, the earth is enriching you, the sun is enriching you, and the baby shows you how you're supposed to love someone for your survival. You have to put all your differences to the side. You have to put your selfishness to the side, and you're supposed to invest in a being that relies on you. I think the problem is a lot of us are still using each other for validation, for resources, for a come up, for a reputation, for a status, because a lot of us either don't see it or have conformed to the new way of how you're supposed to love people. We don't realize that we're supposed to love each other for our survival. If I encounter someone and get in a relationship with someone, they're so impactful to my life, either equal or higher to me, that I'm loving them for their survival. It's not because it validates me, it gives me attention.
Yeah, but
You know?
the problem with that, Ali, is I feel you on that, right? I do feel you that we're supposed to love each other for our survival, but unfortunately, we have to acknowledge that technology has advanced to the point where we do not need each other for survival. We like, we have to accept that that's the point. Like, we do to a certain extent, meaning like, yes, somebody got to deliver the Uber, somebody got to make the food at the restaurant, but intimate interpersonal bonds are no longer necessary to survive in the society that we live in. And I feel like that's why so many people are finding deep relationships to kind of be disposable. We've just created a world like where it's not necessary. Like for example, there was a time where if a man was at work, right, the only way he would have a clean shirt is if he had a wife to wash it. That'd be the only way he have a clean shirt. We got washing machines, we got laundry services,
I thought you were saying what you're saying, the artificial, I even say intelligence, or all these artificial replacements to humanity is what's messing us up, right? That's what you're saying.
I wouldn't say it's messing us up because I don't want to be pessimistic about it, right? I wouldn't say it's messing us up. I just think that a lot of the tasks and duties that bonded us emotionally, we're no longer doing them because they're not necessary anymore. Like, you know what I mean? Like even cooking, for example, like there was a time where in order to cook a meal, a dude had to go out with his son to go chop wood. Then they had to carry the wood back. Then they had to process that wood into coal to be able to start a fire. And that they had to like build, like they had to do everything together.
I am agreeing with you 1,000%. The fact that we've deviated from that is destroyed all type of human connection or relationship. Like I grew up where we needed each other. With my grandparents, uncles, aunt, we needed each other. The relationship between individuals is what made the family. It wasn't something that was, you didn't use something to replace the family. And what you're saying is absolutely right. All the things that create human bonds or demonstrate human behaviors that helps us grow, even the meager difficulty that we need to go through, we're not even doing that anymore. A lot of men don't know how to be men. A lot of women don't know how to be women. A lot of people don't know how to actually communicate, express love, express what their thoughts. Like a lot of us don't know even how to interact with each other. I agree with you 100%. So if we're living in a society that's creating alternatives to how humans are supposed to engage with each other, that's the problem in itself, brother. Like this, we should be like, this is a lot of us come more onto this than even our regular lives, because there's people that we don't even connect to. They even have the intelligence that the people on these lives have, like, or want to have this conversation. A lot of people feel very uncomfortable talking about this. And when you do talk about this, it either makes them uncomfortable having to speak about it, or it opens up skeletons in people's closet. So that ignorance is bliss. It does a lot in our society now. People like being ignorant, so they don't have to think about what's going on with us, because they just want to feel good and all the things that's wrong that's happening in our lives on the daily. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, absolutely. But I feel like go ahead, Barry.
Convenience has ruined us, right? One of the things that I push back on heavily is the art of conversation. It's absolutely okay if I go to work knowing that I have a job that allows me to kind of be a little bit more accessible than other people, and I do not text you for those 8 to 10 hours that I'm at work if I'm coming home to you. Now we have it to where people are so intertwined and codependent on each other. It's a problem if they're not keeping up with constant communication, to the point where that passive communication is not really giving them an opportunity to miss each other. It's not really giving them an opportunity to reflect on issues that they may or not have, because they're used to saying, if I'm mad right now, I can talk to you. If I'm happy right now, I can talk to you. If I want to share good news, I can talk to you. So when we get home, there is no putting down the phone to really sit and say, you have to see me. There is no putting down the phone to say, I'm here with you. I'm in this space with you. You are my person. I'm enjoying your time. And I want to know, what has your day looked like without me? What we're doing is we're already going through the motions of waking up to each other. Once we leave the house, we back talking to each other, you know, and then once we come home, we're around each other, and now we're on mute. And that's even become an issue because now in relationships, people feel validated and they feel entitled to how much time you're making for them. Something so simple as saying, if you can go all day without texting me, that's a problem. And they are basically creating problems that not even there, that are piling onto whatever other issues that they may run into.
But everything that we do in everything that we're doing in our lives takes us away from each other. It makes perfect sense, you know, and we're not even understanding it because all of us are starting to do the same role now. And a lot of us don't want to be even stay at home with the kids. And that's why a lot of people don't want to have kids anymore. And a lot of people are going away from having children altogether. Everybody's investing in the life that's outside the human experience. And then if you're
with saying that, right, this is where it comes into the issue, because if you look back at, like, I would just say, let's do the 70s, before cell phones were even a thing, or the 80s, before everybody had access to cell phones. Even when we had pay phones, things like that, you called your person on a need-to-know basis. You called them if, you know, somebody was going to jail.
Right.
You called them if somebody was sick, or even with the idea of the children, it was already an understood sentiment of who was picking up that role. There was no discussion in that, knowing that women went to work, knowing that men went to work. We both were always working. So the idea of us integrating into society to still go and be away from home at the same amount of time, that has not changed. What changed was our allowability to the access to one another. So now that
I mean that too, but it's also a little more too. Like people don't do as much. Like yeah, people work nowadays, but technology, like we really don't. I don't think we really acknowledge how much technology changes our life to the point where people don't really do nothing no more. Like,
well, I was gonna
there
say,
aren't many tasks that you have to do on a daily basis that require both of your hands, both of your eyes, and full attention. There's not many tasks like that. And all the tasks like that, you can outsource. Like, for example, cooking is a task like that, right? So if a wife had to prepare meals for her whole family, she ain't got no time to be on the phone. She over here peeling shit, cutting shit. But guess what? We don't got to cook. We got Uber Eats. We got DoorDash. Nobody's really cooking immersive meals like that no more. It's just not even necessary.
Well, I was going to go back to the relationship part of it, right? Because aside from that, you're not wrong. But aside from that, where it's hurting us in relationships is now men can supplement the convenience of, I want to do something nice for you. And so when I come home, I don't have to talk to you. If we're not engaging in intimacy, I don't have to say anything to you because I've already talked to you all day. And even down to the children taking up the time, right? We're not implementing boundaries to the children for them to understand, hey, the same way I'm your mom and I have a relationship with you, and dad has a relationship with you, I have a relationship with dad. So this is me time. I remember growing up, the children would be excommunicated out of the parents' room. They closed the door. So even if the parents were not asleep, when we're in here, we are dealing with each other. You know to knock. That is your boundary. You know that the parents are in here. You knock. You don't know what we're doing, but regardless of what we're doing, you are not to be in here. So a lot of this has intercepted the actual intimate communication between the adults, because now we're talking all day. We don't have an opportunity to actually go and see each other. Like I'm sitting here with you, but it's not just you being in my presence. It's me actually acknowledging things that are different with you. It's actually not getting complacent because I know you coming home. I'd already talked to you all day. So whatever else has changed in your life on your individual, I'm not seeing that anymore because I'm already feeling like I'm caught up on everything.
Well, I think there's a solution to that, right? I think the solution is like people have to consciously take the time to connect with nature and disconnect from technology. People are going to have to consciously find time to go camping. You know, remember, like, go back to building a fire by hand. Feel what that's like. to hunt an animal, skin it by hand, cook a meal from scratch with your family, experience those type of things. I feel like really it's just that we're extremely disconnected from the human experience. Like Ali said, we've grown up in a society that technology has replaced everything humans need to do. And sometimes we just need to detox from it. We need to get away from the technology, go somewhere where there's no cell service, where you got no choice but to talk to your woman or your man or whatever the case is.
Or
You
just
know,
be
go
more intentional about it. You ain't even gotta go nowhere with no cell service. Show them like I'm prioritizing you over my phone, because what we're doing is we're not realizing, yes, I'm accessible, but I'm making it to where I'm showing you other people can be over you. Other people can be the hierarchy over you, as opposed to something so simple as, how about we leave one phone, right? We take another phone and we go walk around the block and keep kids with us. Nobody's doing that. You know, the kids stay at home. Somebody can still reach us in the event of an emergency, but this is me and your time. We still having people where they inadvertently can't get away from going to football games with the kids. You may got a cheerleader, you may got a player. You can't get away from that stuff. You are being forced to deal with your children. You're not being forced to deal with your partner. So when we're getting into these relationships and they're romantic, when children are initiated into the relationship, now we real complacent and lackluster about reventing and revising the relationship. We real lackluster about it, which is how we get all the cheating and how we get all the deception and how we get all the double lives.
Well, look, you use the language partner, and I think that's very important, right? Because nowadays, partner is like a pseudonym. Like we call these partnerships, right? But she works over there, and I work over there. It's not a partnership. Like we don't do tasks together on a regular. There aren't things we regularly need each other to do. That's not a partnership. What you got is two people splitting bills. You know what I mean? What you got is two people sharing expenses. That's not necessarily a partnership. Today, we don't really have partnerships because the necessity for a partner isn't as high as it was. The only way we're ever going to fix that is society has to change to make a partner more necessary. Any one of us can survive without a partner right now. Any one of us, we can survive. We could eat without a partner. We could get our laundry done. We could keep our apartments clean. We could have sex. Society wasn't like that in the past. Without a partner, you couldn't have sex, or it was very hard in other generations. You know, like everything is just too easy right now and too accessible, and I don't feel like that's gonna change. Like,
so y'all are both right, and y'all both been making me think. We're overstimulated.
Yeah.
We're overworked.
Yeah.
We don't so when you're thinking about even just open up a gadget, open up your phone, all the people will sit in one spot for hours and don't even realize how. And y'all done. I know y'all done. I've done it. I could look at something, start looking and scrolling and go, hey, yo, it's 6 o'clock. You know what I'm saying? We are doing so much without doing anything at all, and our brains feel like it's overworked. You're overstimulated. You are actually overworked too, going out into the business, but then you're at home underperforming while you're under the influence. You know what I'm saying? And then you don't have enough time to invest in human human quality, human intimacy, human thoughts, human communication, all of that. Like all we do is go to work, and all we do is pay attention to what everybody else is doing and what our boss wants us to do. So how do we even have time for each other if all our time is vested in something else that has nothing to do with us? You know, we're like dead people walking.
Even our work.
I said it all the time. I say it's we're the Walking Dead. Like we literally just we're dead. A lot of us are just dead people walking. You know what I'm saying?
Even if you look at our work, right? Like most of the people.
Look, Coach K just says zombie bait.
Yeah, a lot of people's work is sitting in front of a screen. A lot of people's work is being on their phone. A lot of people's work is tapping. This is their job. This is what they do. They're making millions of dollars doing this.
Right.
Even look at what we're doing right now. We're having a three-way conversation with video over the internet. There was a point in time to do something like this. Doing something like this at one point in history would have taken a staff of like 100 people just to make a conversation on video happen. You know what I mean? Like we're living in different times. We're right now communicating with however many people in the chat they're all in their house. You know what I mean? It's a different world we live in, so we don't necessarily even have to be in the same room.
And who was the prize? Women were the prize. Like women kept that gel together. Everybody, that woman was that love, that motivation, that's inspiration, and that what Paris was just talking a while ago. We are all essentially. I'll take the word codependent away. Right, we're interdependent. Right, men need women, women need men, and then we all lying to each other and pretending that we don't. But we need each other to continue procreation, continue in life. The way we treat each other is the reflection of our life. You know. And a lot of us have become fake and superficial. And that is no way around it. Clout. The same thing you're talking about right now. The time. Think about what you spend more time doing in your life. Like, you know what's crazy, and we growing up talking about it. You don't see your family a lot of times until somebody die. We're just always going to work. You ain't got time. You're going to work. Right. You want to go see your auntie. You want to go see your family. You want to go, man, I got to work till there's a funeral. Then everybody sees each other. Like we're being pulled in so many different directions where we got too much things going on. And then this thing right here, your brain gone. Like your brain is gone. And like you said, if you arguing with your woman or you ain't got no relationship, you can just turn this thing on. People, and that's what the conversation they were having about the corn sites. Like people are turning to art, the completely different way of being intimate with themselves. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like people are really loving themselves and loving on themselves. Like, I don't need no woman no more. Knock it out. A girl, I'll get this.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't need no more. We don't need, like you said, we are become normalized to not live with each other. Like we can live without each other. Excuse me. It's normal now. Because a lot of us can't even remember what it feels like to live with someone. You don't ever have a time out you spend with your boys or your family, like, dang, I forgot what this feels like. You know what I'm saying? Or maybe you speak to an elder or a family member. You're like, dang, I forgot what it felt like to hear a voice from one of my elders, from someone who loves, from someone who cares about you. For some reason, our brain has to do what it can to survive. And it can essentially block out those stuff that makes you think too much that will hurt you. And I think that's what people internalize, things that they block out and start doing what they need to do in order to survive. And you can almost forget your entire humanity.
And you know what's crazy? That I realized that in my own way, I've essentially contributed to this problem as an individual. I've never cohabitated with a male before, past living with my dad and my brothers. Once I left home, I've never cohabitated with a male before. And so I've always said, like even with having relationships, I know going into a situation, attempting to be married, that is going to be a hard reality for me. That is going to be a hard change and a modification for me. Am I open and willing to do it? Yes, but it scares the fuck out of me.
Right. But why does it scare you?
Never done it before. Don't have the experience. Was never given the opportunity to.
You don't see the light at the end of the tunnel because you never seen it.
That's
what people. So we're expecting people to do things they never seen before, and they're like, "Look, I know what this feels like. This is comfortable. I can control this. I know what happens with this. Even if this isn't the best circumstance, at least I know what happens with this. Instead of risking to be in a completely different environment, different location, with having a relationship with different types of people, where like Paris said, we're all afraid. Like we're in fear of what people are doing in our encounters with people.
And it goes back into what Cloud was saying as far as partnership. Have I seen it? Yes, I come from a 2-parent household. Have I seen two people who work together and actually, utilize their resources for the best end goal of their family? Absolutely. But I do not know how to be a partner in home. I've only had the practice of being a partner. They live somewhere, I live somewhere. And until getting into a home and having to break those difficult barriers of saying, just let him handle this, or just, trust him, being put in those situations, regardless of what it is. It could be something financial. It could be something just, next phase. I've never had the experience of he lost his job, or there's been a layoff, or, he's taken a pay cut for whatever reason. What does that look like for the family entirely? Or he has to go somewhere for work. He has to leave for a certain period of time. I've just never been put in those predicaments to where I had to worry about that, or those burdens have been placed into for us to conflict resolute. I've never had that form of partnership.
Listen, also, I think we got to keep in mind that just population density, like all of us, I'm assuming, live in like fairly metropolitan areas, right? So these issues that we're experiencing are based off of us living in metropolitan areas. It's like a wolf pack is small, and that's why the connection is so intimate. An ant hive or a beehive is big, so that every member is just like a drone. They're all replaceable, and that's kind of what happens when you're living in that city environment. We live in these tight population centers where most humans in the world live in tightly knit population centers, and because of that, we've optimized the tasks. We've optimized it with technology. We've optimized it amongst each other to the point where everyone's now just a cog in a machine. If people really want that family vibe and want to have that interdependentness, you're going to have to also separate from the population centers and live somewhere that's like, because in small towns, this isn't a problem. Like we might think it is, but like I was on a tour recently and I was in a small town and I was talking to someone from the bar and they're like, yeah, like everybody in the neighborhood knows everybody. She said there's like 2,000 people that live in this town and everybody knows everybody. If so-and-so gets drunk at the bar on Monday, everybody in the neighborhood knows about it by Wednesday. And like those family knit and tight knit vibes are there because guess what? The stores aren't open 24 hours. So you do sometimes you might have to borrow sugar from your neighbor.
Yeah.
You know, the Walmart is 20, 30 miles away. They don't have easy access to everything like we do. And so they depend on one another. These cities that we live in, we got a store on every corner, we got a gas station on every corner. We can get everything we need. You don't need nobody.
You know what's funny about what you're saying? That's last month. That's why I love like conversations with not only intellects but intentional intellects. I said we have city girls and we have city boys. So how can we get mad at people for living according to the city? We're city people. A lot of our families came from the country. There weren't a lot of us didn't grow up in big cities or metropolitan areas. We grew up in the country. The descendants before us grew up in countries, villages. My mother came from a village. They grew foods. They built. The men in the city built. Everybody were building. The women did one role, the women did another role. You know, they were growing their own foods and everything. So it makes perfect sense what Clout was saying. We've become city men and city boys and city girls instead of the village people.
Yeah.
Well, I actually come from the country, and I'll be going to spend a whole week in the country in October. So I get to get grounded in that way. I get to go back and kind of rehash my roots.
Without no AC.
No.
And sand water. Did you come from that kind of country?
No, we definitely industrialized. But again, my life a little bit different though. Even when my folks didn't have it, like I remember sitting in the house with my aunties with box fans, and they used to lit up the windows. We always had because of my dad. That was like the benefit. My cousins come from one parent household. I came from a two. So I had a little bit more leverage because of the fact that I had my dad. There was a little bit more progression, a little bit more forward thinking. When my aunties was walking, we always had a car. We've always had multiple cars. Us getting down to one was a crippling effect for us because we never had less than 2 cars. So for me, it's like when I go home, I get to get grounded again. I get to see how it looks to have a small town thinking, right? And I get to see how people really value community and integrate themselves to each other. Church is still a huge thing. On Sundays, that's where everybody's going. It's going to be packed. After church, after the grocery store is done, people are going to be outside. People are going to be at the park. People are going to be walking around the city. People are going to literally be enjoying themselves. And so I have that benefit. Everybody's not me, though. Most of the time, even in the country now, I'm noticing, like, I live across the street from my cousin. If I don't take my time to get up and go over her house, we won't see each other.
I'm glad you brought that up, Harry.
We see each other every day.
Yeah.
I'm glad you brought that up because church, like, we live in a society, too. And it's like, I'm not super religious, right, either. But we do live in a society where, like, I think being religious is not cool. Like, it's not sexy. You know what I mean? And what is sexy is being like this atheist or this like intellectual or this like spiritualist. And it's like, that's what's kind of sexy right now. And that's what's kind of cool. And I think that because of that, unfortunately, people aren't spiritually on one accord, and there's no more church. And I feel like, yes, you know, obviously church was a spiritual center, but it was also a community center. That's where people went to talk about what was happening. That's where people went to get help. And I think that the church doesn't play the role in America that it once played as that safe haven for whatever religion you are. Like, you know, like every church, whether it's the Christian churches, whether it's the mosques, you know, I don't think there's enough churches that are actually what churches are supposed to be. The churches now are like cash cows. Like, it's about bringing in people to make money. It's about special effects and lights and cool stages and you know, movie theaters, seats and all of that. It's not really about being this place where it's like a home for God's sheep, so to speak. Like, you know, that's what it's supposed to be. It's supposed to be a place where, listen, you need guidance, you can go get guidance. You need a place to stay, you can go there. If you need a hot meal, you can find a hot meal. You know, if you need directions, you should be able to go to a church. And it doesn't play that role in the community that it used to.
I'm not gonna just put that down, which you're wrong, you're not wrong, but I also want to say the part that the people play into the church. People forget to go and help and be that service that they're looking for. People also forget that in order for there to be a church, you have to show up and participate. You can't leave the work just on the people who are already there. The next generation has to go. So the same way kids would be looking to get off the street in the summertime, there was Vacation Bible School. I know for me, we went to every church in our community that was in a walking distance when they had Vacation Bible School, because that was going to be you not doing whatever, whenever, however, and you were going to have adults looking after you, but you were going to also be able to get food. You were going to also be able to continue education. You were also going to be able to be around other children, right? Or it was something so simple as women who needed help when not just her bills paid, if she was in trouble and she had a man beating on her, the church was a safe haven. Or if they were having a storm, you had a pipe or something that burst in your house, or your house went down from a storm. They would create pallets in the church for people to sleep in. So there were a lot of things where the church did uphold us. But when people got to the point of saying, I'm going to denounce the church for my own spiritual reasons because I don't believe in the Bible or things like that, we absolutely forgot connecting the church with our community just as much as we connected it back to the religious base.
Right. Also, to add to that, I also want to add on another side of that, religion and patriotism. I feel like we have a problem in the country where nobody like, it's not cool to be American. Like, it's not cool to say you're American. It's not cool to be like, yo, we're all Americans and we all got to live here together as Americans, because that's what we are. You can call it whatever you want. Everybody wants to rock the flag that they're from, the country their parents came from. And I do remember as a kid, there was a time where like kids were excited to do the Pledge of Allegiance. Like, kids were excited about the 4th of July. Like, being an American actually meant something to people. And I think that it's important to get back to that place. Like, it's important to like remember those little things we heard, because I feel like we always remember the bad things. Like, we always remember slavery. We always remember the race riots and shit like that. But we don't really remember like some of the word, like the fact that slavery was abolished. Like, we don't really remember that like things have gotten better over time. And like what the country ultimately represents, whether it fulfills that perfectly or not, is it represents a place where anybody can come here and be what they want to be. You want to be a carpenter, you could do that. You want to be a gamer, you can do that. You want to be Muslim, you can do that. You want to be Buddhist, you can do that. You want to be atheist, you can do that. America is one of the only places in the world where everyone can be whatever they want to be. And I feel like we have to remember that we're all in this together. Like, there's nothing wrong with like being an American, because you can be who you are and be American. It's okay to be Muslim and American. It's okay to be African and American. It's okay to be Chinese and American. But we're still all in this together. The thing that bonds us all is the fact that we're here in America. So I feel like we need to start remembering that and putting more respect on it, because I feel like I think if we have more pride in the fact that we're all in this nation together and that we're all one people, I think you're going to find people working together more. But I think we live in a situation where we've made it okay for everyone to view each other as different. So it's like, okay, like, yeah, that side of the town is where the Africans live, and this side of the town is where the Italians live. and those are the Bloods over there, and those are the Crips over there, and those are the Jews over there, and those are the Christians over there. And it's like, yo, but we're all Americans. That's the one thing that we all share in common. So let's stand on that so that we can work together more than be separate.
Yeah, but that I can agree if we're everyone's responsible of what that looks like. We can't say that, and then that's not what everybody's investing in. You know, that that taxation without representation. If you're living in a country where it's not actually representation of great men and women, people being treated fairly, people being able to live, people not being put in a position where they can't afford to live, where the mental health is expensive, medical things are expensive, childcare is expensive, you can barely afford to live. I think we have to come back to the table on that, and I hope that's what you mean. If we take more of a stance and responsibility
problems, right?
on making the country better, or making the country better for people as patriots, if you're going to say that, I agree with you. But the nationalist idea about it, until the nation is investing in that, it's hard to invest in that ideal. But I know what you're saying.
It's like the nation is the people. So it's like the people are waiting for the nation to do something about the situation so that they can have pride. And it's like, well, if the people don't have pride, there's no nation. I feel like everybody forgets that. Like, the nation is us. That's who's the nation. Me, you, Paris, everybody watching. You know what I mean? That's
right. But we say people that look like us. A lot of people that look like us say that. A lot of people like us want to hug everybody. A lot of people that look like us want to kiss everybody. A lot of people like us want to forgive everybody. Everybody don't think that like that, Clout. So it's hard to engage and I'm talking. What's that?
I'm talking about the people who don't think about that. Talk about that, right? And that's why I feel like, and that's why I think it's important for the ideals. There are good American ideals, and one of those good American ideals is the idea of it being a melting pot, and the idea of us, all of us being one, out of many one. You know what I'm saying? Like that's what e pluribus unum means, right? Out of many one people. We're all different. That's great. The nation can only be a reflection of who we are and how we treat one another. That's what the nation is. I think that we keep looking at the bad, like the nation as a whole, and forgetting that we each have a role to play in it. Every time I mistreat someone else that looks different from me, I perpetuate the idea that America is a country that's intolerable to differences. Every time I treat somebody who's different than me with respect, I perpetuate the idea that America is a place where people can be different and still respect each other. It's all about how we handle things. And I feel like I feel like a lot of people don't even know or remember a lot of the ideas that they were taught, like going to school, about what America is supposed to stand for. Forget the shortcomings, because of course it has shortcomings. Nothing's perfect. But that's the point of a mission statement with a business, right? You have to remember what it's all about. And the whole purpose of this place is to be a place for all of us to be free. So let's remember that, and let's treat each other that way.
I think the only reason why I agree with that sentiment is because of the fact that I am patriotic, and I'm patriotic because so many times people are trying to tell us where we come from as Black people. They're always trying to tell us we weren't born on the soil, or we shouldn't attach ourselves to this land for whatever reason. And it's kind of, it's a little bit dismissive, because how are you going to tell me that I have to rip another flag from a country that I've never been associated with? How are you going to tell me that I have to rip a flag from somewhere where I can trace my roots back here? So it's like, that's one of the reasons why I'm patriotic, right? Like that's exactly why I am patriotic. So anything it's time to celebrate when it comes to America, I don't have a problem with celebrating it, even if it's not Juneteenth, because I come from here. The other part of that is understanding when it's time to have the intersectionality in your nation. And I think for me, my pro-Blackness looks like, if Black men in totality is rocking with it, I'm rocking with it. Because we've always known that Black men is the one demographic of people who stand alone. Even Black women, we rely and we ingratiate ourselves into other groups, right? We'll go be with white women. We'll go be with all women, period. We'll go be with gays. We'll go be with white men. We'll go be friendly. We'll get influenced. But Black men, even down to the gangs, it's always been stand alone. You rock with your own tribe. Anybody outside of that, you ain't worried about it. You don't care about it. You're the least likely to participate and actually cooperate with the government in any form, regardless if it's with the police or something so simple as the census. So for me, my patriotism starts at I'm from here, but it stops with black men in totality saying we ain't doing it.
And that's why I say I agree with Klaut's intent. I agree with his ideal. I agree with the fundamentals of everything he's communicating, but that's not what we're seeing here. The reason why we have our problems is because the things that's being pushed on us that doesn't serve us. All these different agendas, all these policies and laws that's being altered to go against all humans, not just black humans. I'm saying all races of people in this country. If we aren't aligning on that together and having the responsibility to take care of each other as brothers and sisters and as different so-called races of people, then that we can't say one thing and another group of people are saying another thing, and we're not operating under that sense. Like, I understand going, hey, I believe in being a humanitarian. I believe in being a philanthropist. I believe in all people coming together, but I also have to be aware of people that don't want to come together. So if I want to come together and there's groups of people or races of people or nations of people who don't want to come together, I still say, hey, I want to come together, but I have to be mindful of also protecting the people that look or align to a certain mentality or race or religion that we might all succumb to align with, and we have to be able to defend ourselves as well too. Because if the nation really reflected that, we wouldn't have a lot of the issues we have in society right now, where majority of people are living check to check, living in poverty, having men and women go against each other, having the elderly go against the old, having the kids going.
Ali, but
yes, sir.
Not to interrupt you, but I feel like, well, all right, what you're mentioning a lot of people coming together. And my thing is, like, I'm not talking about people coming together. I'm talking about people realizing and accepting that they already are together. We're not in a situation where American people need to come together. That's not what we're in. We're in a situation where we're already here. We live with each other. We have to deal with each other every day. Whether someone's Jewish, Christian, racist or not, the reality is we are all Americans. That's the point. That's all I'm saying. I'm not trying to make us come together. I'm trying to make us wake up and smell the coffee and realize, like, this is the thing that we all have in common, no matter what our differences are. We all live here. We're all neighbors. We have no choice but to accept that we're together and act like we're together, because acting like we're not is not helping us. Like, trying to pretend like, yeah, I'm black, but it don't matter that I'm black because I live in America. So it don't matter. It's great that I'm black, but guess what? I still have to share space with white people. I still got to share space with Asian people. I still got to share space with Hispanic people. The fact that I'm black don't change nothing. It don't change the price of gas. It don't change the laws. My blackness is only something for me to enjoy when I look in the mirror. That's it. It don't do nothing for nothing. So it's like, that's great. We can focus on all of that. But what changes shit is the fact that we're all in a country together, and that country has laws, parameters, and things that we can influence to create better lives for all of us.
Right. Hold on real quick. Hey, Miss Lucky.
What's up, baby?
Hey, Lucky.
Hi, Paris. I'm glad we're meeting on better grounds.
Yeah, me too. I'm sorry.
Let me I'm gonna shout out the 60 people that's rocking with us. Please subscribe and like to the channel. And again, this is a great conversation. Clout, I believe we are like that by nature. We open-handed to everybody. You know, when you're saying that, I get where you're coming from, but I feel like in nature, that's how we are. That's how we operate. People know that about us. People can rock with us. We'll let them wear our clothes. We'll let them sing our songs. We'll let them copy our images, say they can do things just like us. We'll rock with them and go, oh man, that white boy can sing like us. That white boy can run like us. That black girl, that white girl, she having certain titles that like black women. She actually having surgery that looking like black women. Black people are very embracive and open to other races of people. I don't see that in all the places that I go. I go throughout this country too. I've flown to different places. I go to different locations out the country, in the country, and in certain places where we're accepted in a different way. But Black people already move in that capacity, brother. I
Bro,
think there has to be more of a responsibility that people that don't look like us to live up to that standard. And
but
then I still agree with what you're saying. I think it's still our responsibility to come together, to put the olive branch out there, to do the best we can to elevate the people. But I can't say let's love everybody, and there's people saying nope, we ain't about to love you, and actually going against me, making agendas against me, making laws against me, weaponizing me against the rest of the population. We have to do better. We have to be more responsible as Black men, and I think it's extremely dangerous when we're seeing all the Black leaders that was in this country that was trying to bring people together get murdered for trying to bring people together, and we're still saying that. It's really disrespectful to them, and it's
no,
belittling.
I understand what you're saying, right? But I'm talking about it on a different level. I feel like you're
I
talking on
do
a.
know what you're saying. I agree with 100% what you're saying, my brother.
For example, I'm gonna give you a small example, right? This is like the only country in the world that you can drive around and see multiple different flags. I'm talking like in a day driving through New York, right? I might see a Bayesian flag, a Nigerian flag, an American flag, a transgender flag, a pride flag. I might see a rebel flag. There's a million flags in America. There's no other country like that. You go to Jamaica, nobody's flying Trinidadian flags. They're all flying Jamaican flags. So when you're there, you feel that spirit of Jamaica. Everything in Jamaica feels like Jamaica. You go to Dominican Republic, they're flying Dominican Republic flag. You go to Puerto Rico, they got their PR flag. You go to Britain, they have their British flag. And the people there, even though they have their differences amongst them, they still feel like, yo, I'm a London boy. Like I feel I'm a Jamaican. And Jamaica got Chinese people. Jamaica got white people, but they all are unified under the idea that we're all Jamaicans. So my whole thing is like, there's no reason why we live in a country where there's a million different flags flying. Like in some cases, it's even cooler to fly a like a flag from somewhere else in a place where we all are benefiting off of living, working, eating, loving, sharing, and building here. That doesn't make sense to me.
I don't think we're all benefiting. Is my point, my brother. And again, this is a point where we can agree to disagree, but I agree with your premise. I believe in everything you say and how it should be. But again, even when living here, I can go to a certain city, the city I'm in right now. Indians get together, Asians get together, the Italians get together, the Jews get together, white people stay right where they are. Everybody still is helping, they're serving their best interest, and we're still saying kumbaya, and we're trying to love everybody, which is our nature, but nobody's loving us back. That's all I'm saying,
Oh,
Cloud.
there's
That's
a
all.
million rich rappers. There's a million rich rappers, and when I look in those crowds at those rappers shows, it's not us, bro. These rappers
I know.
they're not making their millions off us. So to say that they stay in their community, that's not true. A lot of our cultures are surviving off of their dollars. A lot of our businesses are surviving off of their dollars too, and nobody acknowledges that. So it's like we live in a country.
No, you're conflate. No. Black people work in this country. Black people are a big part of this economy. $1.3 trillion that we invest in this country, that we spend. But we have no representation in this country. It's the taxation without representation in this country. Our ideals, a better life for people that look like us, improving our lifestyles, taking us away from certain neighborhoods, getting us better schools, putting us in better positions. It's not clout. That's not happening, brother. And I'm gonna say this, and you got it. Just because I'm in my position, I don't forget the people that go through things that I had to go through before I got in this position. It took a long time, which Paris was talking about that grind. My family came from a whole different position that was created and implemented. That wasn't no choice. There's a lot of people that's in their positions because of what was implemented, what was created prior to us coming here. We were picked up from somewhere else, brought here, enslaved, then in the Reconstruction era, built our whole towns and colonies again. Then it got destroyed again with Jim Crow, and then certain people that look a certain color were given homestead acts, were given free land to economize, and black people were displaced again, and Native Americans were like wiped outside the country. I'm not going to forget that history, brother. And this country's not going to make you forget the American Revolution. They're not going to let you forget taxation without representation. They're not going to let you forget the Titanic. They're not going to let you forget 9/11. They're not going to let you forget Cinco de Mayo. But they will say get over slavery, and we start doing that, and it's a misrepresentation, and it's irresponsible for black people to get so comfortable to not say, hey, black people need to be treated better. Black people need reparations, and black lives need to be elevated because of all the elevation we've done to other races in this country. That's very irresponsible, Clout, to me, brother.
Well, I will say that I think what Cloud is speaking to is not actually addressing the issue surface level, because where you can sit and say, yes, they are promoting all of the rap brands and things like that. In the same term, they're asking black women to buy out their hair products and use their likeness for their face. They're not actually doing anything to better the black community. What you will see, right? You will see a liquor store owned by Arabian or white people, that's coming with them too, in a black community. And then right up the block or in the same square as that liquor store, it could be a black-owned business. They're not going into your black-owned business contributing their dollar. They're taking the money from their community, from our community, going into their community, making their purchases. Because the moment that they find out it's black-owned, they literally will make complaints. They will find any way to get you fined. They'll find any way to get you shut down. We see that all the time. So I think both of you guys have a very good point. But in totality, I'm going to have to rock with Ali because he's not lying. Even if they contribute to the music sales, they're contributing to the theft of the culture. They're contributing to them actually getting something that makes them feel good and that they cost.
I want to respond to that real quick because I would never argue. I would never argue that we should forget history. That's not what I'm saying, right? What I'm saying is we also have to acknowledge progress. You can remember history while acknowledging progress, right? So there are examples of what you're talking about where white people are not supporting black businesses. But then there's examples of the opposite. And I've lived examples of the opposite. Perfect example is one time I was in Lafayette, Louisiana, small town, tons of white people everywhere. I'm eating at a location. There's nothing but white people eating at the location. I'm talking to the bartender. We're having a conversation. I ask her about the owner. The owner's black. I said, how long has the owner owned it? The owner's owned it for like 10 years. Tons of white people in there supporting the business. And that's not the only business that I've experienced like that. I think that for some reason, like the pain of like racism and slavery makes people sometimes forget that we live in a world where there are some people who aren't that way. But there are a lot of people that aren't that way. But I feel like we want to hold on so much to the people who were that way then, instead of acknowledging that we live in a place where there are less people that are like that now than there were before. The world we live in is a lot less that way than it was before, and it's continuing to progress. And I think that the more that we invest, the more it will progress. If we're not investing, it's not going to progress, obviously. But if we invest, there's going to be progression. And another thing I don't agree with is I don't agree with this idea that somehow we don't have representation. Like, I could understand that maybe we don't have representation on the level of the people who are the majority population. That's a fair argument. But to say we don't have representation when you got entire cities where the mayor, the police chief, and people in high positions are all black, I think that's not a fair assessment. Like, if you understand like the world that we live in, like America is a place where there are tons of black CEOs. This isn't our parents' world anymore. This isn't the world where a black man can't be a CEO. No, there's tons of black CEOs. Some of them got dreadlocks. Some of them got low haircuts. Some of them are Democrats. Some of them are Republican. We live in a different world. We have to acknowledge that those changes exist.
Well, here's my thing, right?
There's so many positions of power in America that are occupied by black people. There's too many positions of power in America that are occupied by black people to completely discredit us and say we don't have any representation.
Well, I'm not making that statement. What I'm saying is, right, I come from a small town. My family owned 2 businesses, and of course I have family associated business. Both of my family-owned businesses are food related. One of them owns a diner, the other one owns a food truck. Are there white people who go and commute and put their money into it? Yes. The reason as to why is the lack of options. That's why. Because a black person was able to go and get into the restaurant business. We happen to make great food, but it took the start of it all was black people going to help keep it in business first because they knew of us via family name. And then sometimes, and this is not to say all white people are bad or all certain type of people are bad, but sometimes based off of the family, whoever you come from, white people who know you will then go and give you a chance. However, if it wasn't for the fact that their own business shut down and they went into a whole nother sector, which had been open many, many years, right? That business, that one primary family business, would have very steep competition. But lack of resources is one of the reasons why white people support you in small towns, because you did mention small towns. So I can say that from personal
Well, I'm
experience.
here in the city, but
Give me a
outside.
second.
Hey,
I'm not taking away from the fact that white people support or other communities support or saying that there is no representation. I'm not saying that. What I am saying is what we have seen and we will constantly see, and what we see all the time is in other communities, whether it's Indians, whether it's Asians, whether it's Muslims, whether it's white, even if they take a business and put it in the black community and they can visually have access to black people, they're ingratiated into our culture. What we do see is a lot of times they will be fighting tooth and nail against us to stop us from getting our own damn dollar. That is a very common thing. I just had a good friend out here in Dallas where she had a storefront in a apartment loft, and she was literally getting complaints, and people couldn't even sit down in the storefront. But it was from white people, white counterparts, even though they were not the primary in the building. So it happens where even in our own communities, we will see Asians literally go and make a hair store in our community, like the little black girls who went and opened up the very first hair store, I want to say down in Alabama. And they went and basically had her stuff burned down.
Yep. Hold on real quick. Hold on real quick, y'all. Hey, can you D2? Can you cam up real quick? So I know that's you. Again, thank you for the 72 people that's rocking with us. Please like and subscribe. And I just want to do the super chats real quick. Make sure I show love to the people. Clout Jones, who is this? This is original. Everything else is carbon copy. $2 super chat. Clout Jones, you all right? I disagree. Now I'm playing. The Black Intellectual 199. Big Bro Ali. J Hub with the $5 super chat. I remember how the United States was after 9/11, singing "God Bless America" at Yankee games. And then Shadow Dragon TV with the $5 super chat. Some support to our light-skinned delegation. Good day to the panelists. Good conversation. Again, thank you so much for the super chats. My button be messing up,
I'm getting ready to do my live stream, but I did like the conversation, but now I'm up here and it seems like it's more about the black community. So are we talking about weak men?
We still talking about men. We happen to kind of go to the black community, which the representation of the black community, which Paris shed light on, should be a reflection of which direction black men are going to. So if black men aren't going that direction, should we all invest in the empowerment of black men if we want to go back in that direction as well too? And that's how we got here. I believe that we're not investing in black men. We're locking up black men. There's some black men that's making progress. A lot of black men are getting profiled. A lot of black men aren't being supported, just like the black women and children. I think we have to make more progress in this country in elevating black people that invest in the country. That was my stance.
Okay, I like that better than what I thought it was. So I'll comment on that. I would say just to add, not really take away, but just to add to the conversation so it can continue. I would say it would be smarter in today's society, to pour into men and women that can add to the society, because women are also capable of creating businesses. And when we really look at the meaning of economy, it means that there has to be a group that is of lack. We as a people never was in a country or from a place where we believed in lack. We believed in passing down wealth. So I think that if with the businesses that are here, like I get people are popping up, lash businesses, all type of things. I think that it would be smarter for us to kind of support men and women that are adding to the economy as far as creating business that creates more jobs and opportunities. I think to actually have and start seeing some positive change, it would be the opportunities you're able to pass down to the younger generation as far as them not thinking that, oh, I want to start a business that would make me a worker. They will be more of suppliers. They will be more of able to distribute certain things. So I think that sometimes we always look to do things with other groups instead of keeping our own groups. I like to say, even in my city, I always say this, there are a lot of vacant strip malls. I'm sure in your city there is. Black people just don't think to have something such as their own community. You would see a Koreatown, a Chinatown. You'll see all these type of towns, places we'll go to for supplies. They have nowhere where they can come generally from where I'm from, where you can just get supplies from us and they're using it. They don't need us for anything. Even when they create wigs, when they create lashes, when they create anything, they even advertise with the bonnets that they create us on the front of them. They know how to target the audience. We don't think, okay, how can I create a product that's going to target their audience to buy it? Sometimes I feel like with the Black community, we so quick to just want to be head nigga in charge and show that I own this. It doesn't matter. I just realized the Lowe's up the street, the CEO is a Black man. And now I really want to go to the Lowe's. You know what I'm saying? So I'm just saying sometimes it's not always about it being Black people working in businesses, everything Black. Sometimes it's just good to own it. Who cares if the people that work there or supply or patronizing the business is other people? I think we're at a time now where we're not of value because we don't have, like, I don't know if it was Paris or Clout that said we don't really keep money in our community. So it's not that we don't have money because we're spending it elsewhere. We just don't keep it in our communities, or we're pretty much looking for a discount when it comes to supporting our own. We don't just do it at the same
correct. And I'm gonna tell you another thing that you hit on the nail. The idea of putting Black before everything has been a very crippling effect. A good friend of mine told me, he said most of the time what happens is when people go and they make a business and they categorize it as Black owned, they limit where they can get other money from because they're making it seem as if because it's Black owned, it's like some special, and it's a turnoff as opposed to just running a business. They're running it off the culture of Black, and then it turns other people off and other cultures off from wanting to purchase because
exactly
stay in business. Because what we have seen, right, and we've seen it with the turkey dam. Once Black people started making and implement different policies and changes for their business, Black people are giving pushback and they're shying away and they're taking their money because they can't influence what they want the business to do. Again, going back to what Lucky said, you want a discount and you want something for free. Whereas other cultures don't question it. They don't go and reason and bargain with you for their prices. They go, this is the price I'm about to pay it. But the moment that people know that it's Black, it doesn't have clout, if it doesn't have some form of a credibility or reputation, they immediately discredit it and they try to find ways to minimize it or shun it or find ways of getting over on the price or even mocking it, right? And so we're doing ourselves a disservice all the way around because the Black dollar isn't surplus. It's obviously there. And we have a great large of a debt because we're in a surplus of keeping the money out of the community. The money leaves very fast. We don't circumvent it. We don't know how to make it stay, even though we're constantly generating.
I think something Lucky said that was really important too was she mentioned like just owning a business, but like not everything has to be Black centric, and that's kind of what I was talking about when I was saying like we all have to live together, right? So every product that we make doesn't always have to be only for Black people. We can make a product that white people use. We can make a product that Asians use. We can market it to them. There's no reason why we can't do that. Like there's no, like, even if you're going to start a lash business, why not start manufacturing lashes as opposed to, buying them from Asian and reselling them? Like there's a lot of things that I think that we can invest in just as far as so that we can contribute economically to society, because there's no doubt that we contribute labor. When it comes to labor, when it comes to working for different businesses, having jobs, we absolutely contribute labor to the society. But when it comes to entrepreneurship on a scalable level, to the point where we're creating businesses that are employing thousands of people, where we're creating products that are selling to millions of people, we haven't cornered a market yet. That's something that we haven't figured out, and I think that investment in those areas will be extremely beneficial.
Well,
I'll go ahead, D2.
well, my opinion. Well, that's where when Ali was saying representation, there's no representation. That's where it comes in. I completely agree with Paris and Lucky, but also another factor to it is that black people, such as a Cloud Jones, believe that different from other races is that an Asian person will never walk into a black-owned grocery store and be like, "I'm about to spend $300-400 in here," when I know my fellow Asian man also has a grocery store that I can go to, regardless if I'm beefing with that person or not. The issue is that a lot of black people inside the black community, either they want discounts from black people or they want stuff because we're black at a cheaper rate compared to other people inside the community.
And Cloud, when I go, like what the brother was just talking about, when I go to Asian uh businesses, it's usually most Asian. When I go to the African stores I go to, it's mostly African people. When I go to Chinese plate, well, I already said Asian. When I go to the Indian food, I love Indian food. I can't even hate on no Indian food. It's nothing but Indian people. Like all these businesses are having the benefit and the privilege in this country to have this country represent and promote them. Like they're pushing their different races. With us, we can't have an all black business. We go, oh, we can't have an all black business. So it's fortunate if we can have a black owner, but just be satisfied with the black owner. Or sometimes if you have white representation, as long as it's owned by a black person, instead of going, hey, we have a country that represents black owned businesses with all black staff.
Prime example, Ali. Prime example right now.
Hey, hold on real quick. I got to shout out my brother. I mean, he deserved the love, the light skinned guy. To the angry man. Thank you, angry man, my brother. Thank you so much for the shout out and the super chat, man. Salute Ali. Salute to the panel. Love your TikToks, Parix. You be cooking. Thank you so much to my brother. Thank you so much. Hey, you got it.
Listen, just to respond to what you're saying, like the difference with black-owned businesses and other businesses, and what you're saying is not true that an Asian person wouldn't spend money in whatever business. When people are shopping in Aldi, when they're shopping in Pathmark, when they're shopping in whatever Walmart, when they're shopping in whatever store they're shopping in, they're not thinking, oh, is this white owned? Is this Jewish owned? Is this black owned? Is this Russian owned? No, they're thinking about who gives them the best service and who gives them the best product and what they're looking for at the best price. The Asian people, hold on, there are plenty of Asian people who shop in Walmart, and Walmart's white owned. There's plenty of people from all type of persuasions and shopping in all type of businesses, owned by all type of businesses. The reality is that none
about black we agree with that.
None of those other businesses are hedged based off of black culture, based off their culture or race. These aren't white-owned businesses. These are just businesses to serve people. So what I'm saying is,
real quick, brother, so we have understanding. And when I go to a Mexican restaurant, there's white people there. There's Indians I can see. Oh, let me finish, brother. There's Indians I see there. There's Arabs that I see there. There's black people I see. All Indian shops, Asian shops, Hispanic shops, all races of people are in there. With our places of business, a lot of people refuse to go to those businesses. We got to be honest about that.
Prime example. Prime example, Ali. Can I say this real quick? Hold on. Prime example. We all know that.
Go right after him, Cloud. Go right after him, brother.
Okay. Prime example, what you're talking about, Ali. We all know that Ukrainians are now starting to move to America, especially in Washington, the Seattle district. They literally open up a Ukrainian supermarket, literally with the Ukrainian flag and everything on it. And guess what? That place is packed out every day. And you know who the mean people inside there? Ukrainian. You don't see white people. You don't see black people. So I don't know what he's talking about.
Well, I'm gonna tell you what the difference is.
Hold on, I respond to what Ali is saying. What I'm saying is, if Ali opened a grocery store,
let Cloud go.
If Ali opened up a grocery store, and he opened that grocery store in a predominantly white neighborhood, and he named that grocery store something like Safe Food, something like Healthy Max, and he puts it in a white neighborhood and he sells food there, white people are not going to go look up to see if Ali is a black man and he owns it and say, oh, I'm not going to shop at Safe Max or Health Max because it's owned by a black man. That's ridiculous. That doesn't make any sense. Any type of person can make any type of business to cater to any type of people, and it happens all the time. It's just that when black people open businesses, we tend to only market to us. So because we tend to only market to us, our target market is small. We're only 13% of the population. It's rare that you see a black person make a product with a white face on it.
Okay,
But
Okay,
make
so
the
issue. I'll make the issue
where
very
I have-
clear.
Some people will make a
Let Paris go, and then you go after
are making a product with an Asian face on it. Black people are making a product with a Latina face on it to market to different brands. We tend to be a little self-centered when it comes to business in that regard. We only want to do business for stuff that we like, and we only want to serve us. And that's
First
part
of all, the reason why Asians market to black people is because that is their majority demographic of people who purchase from them. That's why all Asian hair stores inside black communities. That's why all Asian restaurants inside the black
Cloud
community.
D2. Hold on, y'all hold on real fast. Paris go, then D2 go, then Cloud go.
He's not wrong, and this is the last part of the input on it. I'm gonna have to leave because I've had such a long day. And thank you again, Ali. But I will say, here's where we're having the misconception, right? Whether they know it's black or not, the lack of support is there, very present and very heavy for black people, unless we are going into their community. And even when you talk about a Sam's Club or a Walmart or Aldi, or they're not going to look up who owns it, because you can easily go on, well, I'm not going to say easily, but you yourself on your own person, you can go and own one of those name brand stores and benefit off of them, or a Chick-fil-A, it doesn't matter, Wendy's. The difference is those places have already been established and cemented in their name. So they're benefiting off of the name of the individual who's already capitalized and marketed. But we have seen time and time again where if a black person takes a black business and puts it near another person's business who is not black, even in our own community, they will not support us as easily, as quicker or quickly. Now, on the other end, if a black person goes into another person's community, right, they will get the support if they're not marketing only to black people. But they're not getting the support the same way, even if they put black in front of it. I should not have the same way you have a Mexican restaurant. We know it's Hispanic cuisine. We already know.
We coming.
I should not have to minimize me saying this is a black owned just for you to walk into it. So that it's there. It's a prejudice there.
I'm sorry. I don't know 1960s communities y'all living in, bro, but respectfully, like in the real world that I live in, I see evidence against that every day. I can give you a perfect example. I live in Long Island, New York. Long Island is extremely. There's a place in Long Island called Garden City Park. Garden City Park is probably one of the richest, whitest areas on Long Island. There's a company called Brooklyn Wings. Brooklyn Wings opened up a spot in Garden City Park. It's the only black-owned wing spot, and the food they sell is not catered to white people. It's jerk wings. There's fucking oxtail empanadas. They're selling Henny drinks. They're selling stuff that black people like over there. And every time I go there, there is a line of white people out the door. So I don't know what world y'all are living in where y'all think, and this thinking that y'all have is why so many black people are afraid to actually take the risk to go start businesses in these areas. Why?
How can you?
No,
hold on, y'all.
And let me land.
Let him land. Let me go at the cloud.
Have a bunch of black people.
My experience.
Have a bunch of other black people in their mind telling them, "Oh, you can't start no business in the white neighborhoods because the white people are not going to support you." And they keep telling them that. And guess who's going to keep getting rich? The black people who aren't listening to that and going into these communities and starting businesses. And guess what? They'll have a majority of white people supporting them. I have a business and I have tons of white clients. They know I'm black. They know who they're dealing with. They like my designs. They like my graphics. It is what it is. So I don't know what world y'all are living in where white people don't do business with black people and all of this. Obviously, every community feels more comfortable with people that look like them. That's an obvious fact. Black people would rather do business with black people. Jewish people would rather do business with other people. But at the end of the day, everybody, especially in America, with self-interest being the main motivator, everybody's going to go where the price is better or where the service is better. What one thing we never acknowledge with a lot of these businesses that y'all are claiming or don't that aren't getting support is many of them are lacking in the service. The service is not up to par, and that's why they're not being supported. People go to these places, they order a meal, they wait an hour and never get seated, and then they say, you know what, I'm never coming back here again. I've literally seen it happen. I've been in uh soul food spots and Jamaican restaurants, and I've seen white people walk into the spot, and I've seen them sit there and wait 40 minutes before their order got done, and I've seen them walk out, and I knew that those people lost the customer. And guess what? The people who lost that customer, they're gonna say, "Oh, white people just don't want to support us." No, your business sucks, and the only people who are willing to tolerate it are black people. Other people don't come to your business because other people have a higher standard and are not going to support you just because you're black. But the reality is, even we as black people complain about the standard of service for black businesses. So I don't even know why we're going to be on the internet capping. That's the reason. Let's not make it seem like we're living in a country where nobody's going to support you, because it's garbage. And it's a destructive mindset, because there are plenty of people who have dreams and have ideas and entrepreneurs that have things that they can bring to the table, and somebody's going to talk them out of it, spewing this garbage to them that somehow there's no representation for them. How many more billionaires, black billionaires, do we need? How many more black senators do we need? How many more black governors, mayors do we need? How many more?
You can tell the
Hold
dude is
on,
inside
y'all.
La La
Hold
Land
on. Hold on.
because
Hey,
let's
hey,
be
D2,
honest.
hold on.
Let's
D2,
be
hold on.
honest.
D2.
People as a
Y'all,
majority
Clout, hold on, Clout.
good.
Clout, hold on.
It's ridiculous.
This is what's irresponsible. What you're doing is you're going to lengths to discredit the actual experiences of black people versus other black people. It's one thing if there's black people out literally go, hey man, I've never experienced racism. Okay, that's your experience. There's people who experiences racism. That's their experience. There's people who open up business that they may not go through everything that you're saying. They're having a perfect experience. White people, Indian people, Hispanic people supporting their business, and their businesses that where people are not supporting them because of the race of their race and their ethnicity. It's extremely irresponsible what you're doing, brother. Like, you're going out of your way to the extent to completely denounce all these things that are happening to certain people that have that experience. It's like look, let me finish, brother. Brother, I'll let you land the plane, brother. Hold on. When I opened up my real estate business, right now I'm blocked on Facebook to either promote or buy real estate, and I've wrote continuously letters to Facebook for white people mischaracterizing my business and making complaints about me because I was a black man having a real estate business. I had lawyers that reported me. I had lawyers call notaries that I work with, look at their place of business that I hired, because I did start hiring all black. But I also have I had a white person that worked for me, and I had people from the Philippines that work for me. But I'm blocked on Facebook. I mean, I could share you my screen. I can't sell real estate on Facebook. I can't go to the market and be able to sell or buy any type of merchandise or real estate because how much people complained on me, and they don't want to hear about anything I say and the experiences I got from title companies and attorneys because of my skin complexion. Not only that, when I call people, the experiences I've had from certain sellers because of my race, I get pushback as well too. So it's irresponsible to denounce and go to the extent to go that people have a certain mentality because they have an actual experiences of what they go through. I, with my mother in my car, have been pulled over with police officers saying that doesn't look right. I've been pulled over countless times by police officers. I'm not a felon. I've never smoked. I've drank before, but I didn't drink at that time. I social drank maybe 10 times in my life, but I don't smoke and drink. I've committed no crimes, and I've been pulled over in my neighborhood, which is a white neighborhood, 3 times in front of my driveway. So is my brother. So we can't denounce actual experiences we go through just to make white people feel comfortable about us saying we don't go through those things and make them feel comfortable around us, because they're going to tell you about their experiences with black people. Hispanics are going to do the same. Asians are going to do the same. Other races of people are going to express to you their experiences with us, and it's irresponsible to say that we shouldn't speak on it if it's happening, brother. You're going to lengths to do this.
I will also say that it's kind of irresponsible.
First off, I just want to acknowledge what Ali said.
Okay, hold on.
Hold on.
Let Paris go, then I'm gonna go.
Right?
Hey,
like you're
yeah,
in
yeah.
New
Let
York,
it.
so with being in New York, we know that that is a diverse mecca. It's a melting pot. The culture is completely different. Another thing you mentioned was that was the only business that does that with Black people
Thank you.
around that own that business. So what we're seeing in the South is we got a mass of Black people who are business owners. It's not uncommon. I can go almost anywhere in the South and find multiple Black businesses and have no problem or the comfort of the Black business. Now, what I can tell you, being in the country, because again, I'm from the country. I live in the city now. I'm still in the South. What I can tell you is everything ain't Atlanta. Everything, every place you walk ain't Black as hell to the point where Black is so overpopulated or oversaturated to the point where they don't have a choice. What I have seen being here in Texas, even if it's a Hispanic spot, this, that, and the third, they don't shy away from saying that they're a taquerera, or they don't shy away from saying that they're a Mexican joint, or whatever the case may be. Even if they are Tex-Mex, people still go and fraternize those spots based off of whatever they want. Has nothing to do with the quality of service. I've been to some of the most top restaurants out here, and I'm telling you, this, even as an individual who was a content creator, sometimes the service has been subpar. Now, there's a place called Lolo's Chicken and Waffles. Very much so ran Black as hell. Very much so owned by Black people. It's one of Phoenix, Arizona. It's one of Las Vegas, Nevada. Those are the locations that I know. That place is out in South Lake, which is white as hell, over in Texas. They intentionally put it there, and they have the money to put it there. Is the food great? Yes, but this is also a chain restaurant. When I talked about the place that I know, shout out to Seafood on the Run, shout out to D'Amica and Derica Polite, those Black sisters. They were literally just giving people orders. Order online, come pick up. It was a open front, right? This place that they're in, they kept down the noise. They were on the corner end. They had nothing that they were doing wrong. And they literally were getting complaints filed on them from the first 29 days they were in the building until they were forced out with the eviction because they saw two Black women who were in there running it up with all of this business in downtown Dallas. They weren't in the hood or anything. They're literally in downtown Dallas, where it's a popular mecca, where it's tons of traffic. It's a tourist area, and they're off in the cut upstairs in a loft building, right? Just doing to-go orders. And they were getting constant complaints about nothing. They didn't play loud music. They had nothing going on. You couldn't even sit down and eat at all unless you reserved it. And that was only on certain days. So when we seen this happen, right, it's very disingenuous to discount the experiences because I can name tons of places where it's Black businesses. The same way I said, like down in Alabama, those two Black girls who had the very first Black hair store in their city, they went and burned it up. They were getting complaints from Asians, like this is not something that we're making up. So to say, what type of world are we living in? We're living in the real world. These are our experience. This is something that we're seeing here in the South because we live a different culture. We experience a different culture. The same way that my family business in Arkansas gets a lot of white people, they get more business now because of the fact that the other white business that was a restaurant shut down. Lack of options will do that. But in totality, they don't want to. That's what we're saying. And if it wasn't in their community, they would not do it.
All right, I just want to reply real quick.
Hold on.
Before someone else adds more to it.
Hey, Clout, let him go, and then you go, and then we'll get the truth. Right after D2, then Clout.
Yeah, you know.
Yeah, hold on. Because even to add to Paris' point, there's been a lot of Black business. Yes, we know some Black businesses do have bad customer services or bad reputations, but most of the time it don't be because of their own fault. It's because people walk in, dislike the atmosphere, and make complaints for no reason. So we can't say that doesn't happen. And number two, we want to talk about Black businesses inside the Black community. Why is it that we need to market to Black people when Asian, Indian, and other people do not market to their people? All they need to know is that is an Asian-owned place. Second of all, the reason why there isn't no Black-owned hair salons inside the Black community, Black-owned nail shops inside the Black community, Black-owned hair stores inside the Black community, because soon as a Black woman or a Black man try to open up a restaurant, the Asian people will go to the city and complain about, oh, it is messing with my business, oh, it's too close, or it could be damaging to my profits and businesses. So you cannot say that these stuff does not happen when it actually do.
Okay, so can I address y'all? Because I've never made the claim that these things don't happen. So what you're saying, Ali, is true. Police do pull people over for no reason. That sucks. And I'm not saying that that doesn't happen. And Paris, what you're saying is true. Businesses do sometimes have specific people who make complaints and get their businesses shut down. I agree with all of what you're saying. So I want that to be like known first. I'm on the same page with y'all with that. But what I'm talking about is like, we focus so much on the group of 5 Asian people that called to get that business shut down, but we don't focus on the 300 to 500 customers of all different races that openly supported that business. And so because a small group of people did some fucked up shit, and mind you, the fucked up shit they did might not have even been racially motivated. It could have been completely financially motivated. Your competition, I don't want competition, I'm going to get you shut down. Has nothing to do with you being black. It has everything to do with them, you selling the same thing that they sell. And it's only one person going to get money on this block. That's what it's about. But at the end of the day, you focus on what the other competitive business did, and then forget all of the people that supported the business as to why they were burning it down in the first place. You said those women were in a white neighborhood shutting it down. You want to know why that is? Because obviously there were white people supporting their business. So yeah, there might have been a couple white people that complained, but let's remember the white people that were supporting their business. There's plenty of those. There's a lot of people.
That's not what we said, Cloud.
So what I'm saying is, again, there's nothing wrong with acknowledging the negatives and acknowledging the history.
Right. So you shouldn't have. So Cloud, brother, hold on, brother.
Remember the history and still acknowledge the progress. That's all I'm saying. Progress has still happened. There are still goods happening. There are still plenty of black people opening businesses and not getting complaints. So let's talk about them. Let's not only focus on
small minority of people.
Hey, Cloud, why would we focus on? Hold on, Cloud. If we already see the success, if I'm successful, why do I gotta go? Hey, Ali's successful. Everybody isn't going through what Ali's going. Hold on, Cloud. Hold on. No, hold on, real quick, brother. If I brag about my success and I don't speak about what other people go through, I'm gonna make it seem like there's not going to be no obstacles. There's not going to be no occurrences that people have. Or no setbacks they will have. If I just go in and say, man, people keep complaining. Like, why do they act like it's so hard? They can get exactly where I'm at, and I'm going to discredit all the things that I went through. That doesn't, family, that don't make sense.
Characterizing what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying. All I'm saying is that there are plenty of businesses that have been through adversity and have been open 20, 30 years in a white neighborhood, no problem. All I'm saying is let's also highlight those so that people can also know, hey, it can work too. Some of them, sometimes it won't work. Sometimes there's going to be some racist asshole who's going to make complaints and get your business shut down. And I'm acknowledging that. That's a fact. But there are some cases where there are going to be plenty of people from that community that are supportive and help your business stay open. And it's like we never acknowledge the good side of that. Like we never acknowledge that there are plenty of black people who have become millionaires, even billionaires from dollars. From dollars.
Family, that's not true. Like this ain't the space that people of brothers like that. Like hold on. It's like, you know what it's like? It's like when people are saying black people are comfortable with what's happening in certain black communities. No, they're not. It just, people don't shed light on the fact that people do say the community needs to be better. There needs to be more resources in the community. There needs to be better school. The guns need to be taken out the community. The drugs need to be taken out by the same people that put it in there. That's disingenuous, brother, to say that people don't shed light on that. The first thing that happens when you graduate from college, the first thing you get when you get your business is people supporting you and shedding light on that. If you want to say that, people are going, hey, congratulations.
Who graduate college? Who gets a
And Ali, where he's being disingenuous, is that if a business survives inside a white neighborhood for 30 years, let's just say that. Number one, that means that the majority of his customer base is white people. There's not a lot of black people going to that business. So therefore, there would not be an issue with this one little black man or black couple or black woman owning this place inside here, because it is majority of us that are benefiting from this product, not black people.
I said black businesses can't survive in white neighborhoods because white people won't support their business. Now you're saying, oh well, if it's a business that supports white people, they'll support it because the business is useful to them.
No, I don't think there should be no.
Let's make it very clear. A black business can survive inside a white neighborhood if it's providing a certain product that only can be that white people want.
Again, I've given you examples that I've lived of businesses that are doing the exact opposite of what you're saying. So my point is, we like to focus on the examples where shit doesn't work and use that to be the example of everything. Oh, a black business didn't work in this white neighborhood at this time, so all white people hate black people and black people can't have success in America. That's garbage.
Said that. Cloud, you're saying that, brother.
Okay.
Cloud,
let me explain that, brother. Let me explain to him. If there's 3 white-owned ice cream stops inside of that white community, and a black person tried to open up another ice cream shop, they're going to get that place shut down because there's no need for you here. And why are you here?
But my brother, that has nothing to do with race and everything to do with market share. Everything's not about the fact that
Jesus Christ.
Okay, it's about the ice cream market share, and you're squeezing in on their customer base. That has nothing to do with being black. Like I gotta sometimes we gotta look beyond that because everything becomes about black this, and it's like we're not even understand basic business strategy. I don't care who's selling on my block, black, white, whatever. If you're not with my team and you're selling on my block, I'm gonna cause you problems. That's how business goes.
Bro, you're making it seem like it's that simple. Even if I open up the ice cream shop, the community is not able to support.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on. Let Truth get in there. And then D2 you go, and then Clout you go.
Hey, what's going on, brothers? How y'all doing this evening?
What's going on, family?
Chilling. So, y'all, it seems like y'all can't hear each other, but from me hearing, it sounds like y'all saying the same thing, just from different POVs. And then the very thing that you said that Clout was doing, D2 went and directly did it just then and there. So basically, it's like this: everybody has their experiences, their own experiences. So we cannot basically say that is not true when that's someone's experience on all parties. But this is the thing: the most important thing in business is the bottom line, and me surviving and being continuous in my product. So everything isn't about race. It's like with anything on a block when you're selling drugs, I gotta own that block if I gotta open up territory. It doesn't matter whether you're Chinese, Serbian, Russian, or whatever, and I'm black. This has nothing to do with race. It's about money. And I need as much of it as I can get so I can get to where I'm trying to get to. The same thing as business and sales. And then other people that's coming in, trying your product, if they don't like it based off of their perception and what they discriminate against, because it's not racism, really, it's discrimination that a lot of times happen. And people are discriminatory towards things that they are prejudiced against and also that they don't like. So it's just like a mom and pop store. If they produce good food, whether they white or black, you're going to go there and eat it. Now, if a person is black and their food is not good, we the first person to let you know up front and out loud, hey, this food is a piece of shit. And then those people, most of the time, our color, we are the main ones complaining and talking about another person's, viability and availability in their product. We are the main ones that tear each other down. We see it all over this space, bro. The next person coming along, we're ready to tear them down immediately. That crab in the barrel thing is real, and it's prevalent in our community. We're so focused on the other races that we don't even know it's really us bringing each other down. We don't like each other. We don't. We really don't like each other, and it's sad that it's that way. It's sad that when somebody we want people to do better, but not better than us. We don't want the next person to do better. That's why most of the time we don't even give away the product for free. But we get mad at the other races. Guess what they do? Most of the time they give away their ideas, and how to get to it easier. They'll give it away to the next person. They'll give it away to their cousin, their family members for free. They don't charge them. But we go into the business model and say, hey, this is business. I'm going to charge you. I got to make my money. I'm going to charge you. And I'm going to make sure I teach you the long way so you'll have to learn it for yourself. So those are the other properties that we got to be involved in and think about before we just say race. Yeah, you hate me because of my skin color, not because I'm making more money than you, not because my product is better than yours, not because I got a better system than you, just because your skin is black. Not saying that don't happen, but we're talking about what's more prevalent. Money is the main color that people care about and that we kill over. That's what this nation was brought upon, blood money. Not race, it's money.
I mean, I'll
I'll go after
agree.
you.
Yeah, I'll agree with Truth said, because there is some truth to that. But I think what I would give pushback on is that even if a white person, Asian person, Indian person is producing, no, I think that's where I agree with it. Even if they're producing a bad product, those Asian, white, and Indian people are still going to support that business, regardless if there's a better product out there or not. That is the difference between black people and other races.
I think that's an untrue perception.
No, it's not. No, it's not. That's very true.
All the time. You're telling me the business is failing basic because black people aren't.
Oh, let him finish. Clout, let him land, bro.
I agree with you, B2. I agree with you.
He tried to make an argument earlier that people are looking for low prices and regardless of who they're getting it from. Bro, I've been to a Hispanic market. I've been to an Asian market. I've been to Indian market before. And them prices be higher than regular department store prices. But guess what? Their people are still buying.
And the thing I think we're not adding to this context is they have a culture that's very extremely strong, and they support their culture until their culture is destroyed. Which a lot of the people that's coming in this country, their culture is still preserved. They're gonna support each other no matter what. We forget as a collective, we've been taught to go against each other and be divisive and have this narrative that we go against each other and talk about each other. And
that's what I just said, Lee. We hate each other.
Right. No. I'm saying though that's not always ultimately the truth. There is simultaneously there are things saying what all of us should be able to go, hey man, there's brothers and sisters working towards progress. There's brothers and sisters that have challenges in order to reach that progress that has to do with their skin color. And there's brothers and sisters that ultimately may complain about it just to complain about it. And there's brothers and sisters that's complaining about it because they've been tricked to complain about it. We can do all those things, and everybody can be right at the same time. The problem is anyone trying to dismiss what's happening. That's the problem that's having this conversation. We should have everybody should say what they said and go, hey, man, all of this is happening, you know. But the main thing that's happening is the fact that our culture has been attacked in this country since we've been here. A lot of the country, a lot of the different cultures and races of people that's in here in this country, culture has been preserved to replace us, not only replace us, but replace other white individuals from having businesses as well too. So we can't ignore that America, the corporate America, brung immigrants here to also make it hard for other white men to progress as well too. So if we know they made it hard for white men to progress, we know they're gonna make it hard for black men to progress. We know they're gonna make it for different races of people to progress.
That's the whole point. They're gonna make it hard for anybody to progress to take it.
So when we made that
why
statement,
you think the other races came?
Ali,
why you think the other races came?
Right, but this is my point though, Clout. It is those races are sticking together regardless of what's happening. We're coming together to figure ways out to go. Oh man, we're doing it to each other instead of going. Hey, no, it's not.
It's not an assumption.
Why are you saying, Clout? Why are you dismissing what I'm saying? No. Why are you dismissing what I'm saying as an assumption when we literally see it happening? Hold on, brother. If I can literally go to all places of business that every single person in that business is an Indian, every single person in that business is a Hispanic, every single person in that place is an Asian. I can go to the nail salon right here. Every single person in that business, Korean, and there's white people, all different races of people in those business, all those Indian, Hispanic
Brother.
businesses. They support. Hold on, Cloud.
Go ahead.
Most of our businesses, even if they're legitimate businesses, aren't getting like it don't matter if we also. This is another thing that you fail to forget. Even if we supported all of our businesses collectively, we still gonna fail because we need outside resource. We need other races of people and different cultures to invest in us to flourish. That's the point of this conversation. So even if we have people that don't want to support, at least we have other races of people supporting. So it don't matter if all our people isn't supporting. That's what's happening with our businesses.
Ali, if your product, so check this out.
Cloud. Truth, let him go, then let D2 go, then you go. So everybody go.
Okay.
Yeah, the one conversation is that race is blinding people from the ability to see nuance, and that nuance is extremely important. For example, you see a bunch of Indian people supporting an Indian business, and you assume as an outsider that the reason they're supporting that business is because he's Indian, when really the reason they're supporting that business is because it's the best supplier of the type.
I have to interject. No, brother, you changed what I said. Hold on, D2. You just changed what I said. I didn't say Indians are supporting it. Every person that works there is Indian, and other races of people are supporting it. Please say what I said. I can go to different businesses of race of people that all the people that work there is that race, but different races of people are supporting that business.
All right, what I was responding to is when D2 said that they're supporting their businesses no matter what. That's what I'm responding to.
Which is a true fact.
Right. When he said these businesses are supporting each other no matter what, I'm saying that that's an assumption because we're not in their community. So from the outside looking in, it looks like, oh, they're just supporting him because he's Asian. They might be supporting him because he's family. They might be supporting him because he's the only one. Hold on, bro.
So you can't make. Okay, go ahead.
They might be supporting him because he's the only one that sells a special type of fish from their hometown in China. Like a lot of the time, Black people are unable to identify nuance because we view everything through the through the lens of race. Like,
Cloud, can we do this real quick? Hold on, family. Because again, it seems like you're being disingenuous. If I go to a place of business, hold on real quick. If I go to a place of business and I see nothing but the race of people in that store, and I see a whole bunch of people that look like them in that store outside of different races, can I assume that those people, that race, those, let's say it's Indian people, can I assume Indian people support that business, the employees, and the functioning of that business to stay alive by shopping there? Can we assume that?
My answer to that would be no. My answer is no. Just because you see Indians in a business where other Indians work does not mean Indians as a whole are supporting other Indians just off of the strength of being Indian. Those other Indians that you saw in that Indian business might be cousins to the owner. You don't know the nuances. You're making an assumption based off of race. That's my point.
I'm talking about, hold on. I use the Indian restaurant. Those are not all their cousins in there eating.
Understand what you're saying. What I'm saying is maybe the day you were in there was nothing but Indians in there. And maybe people in there. What I'm saying is race is blinding you from the ability to identify nuances in the situation. There are multiple factors more than race as to why someone patronizes any business. Culture, for example, might supersede race. And you're not even looking at the fact that Indians tend to have a lot of Indians share culture, whereas a lot of Black people have different types of culture. For example, African culture isn't like Jamaican culture, but a lot of Indians have a similar culture. So there's so many nuances as to why people make decisions, and it's just frustrating to me that Black people continue to make everything about race and don't see why we're losing. The reason why we're is because
okay. First of all,
D2, hold on real fast, and you got after me. Cloud, everything is about race.
No,
I don't know. Everything is Cloud. Hold on, brother. Hold on. Everything. No, brother. Hold on. Hold on. The reason why you have affirmative action, why you have all these different policies, because if the country could, they would hire only the people that look like them. All these laws and things are implemented for people to be able to get a job or meet a quota, is because they would hire everybody that looks like them. They would hire who they're associated with, who they relate to, and someone that is a representation of that identity. And I'm not saying it's a bad thing as well too. What I'm saying is acknowledge that it is about race.
My brother, nepotism and racism are not the same. What you just described is nepotism. is going to feel more comfortable with
I
people.
never seen you be doing what you're doing right now, where you're going away from what I'm saying. That
I'm,
is what I'm telling you. That people are. Is this country in this country? Is this country seeing when you to think about America? Is it thinking about black men or white men as a whole? Honestly, is it going all black men together, or is it when you think about America? Is this country doing?
You're asking me what I think when I think of America. Is that what you're asking?
Not what you think. What is this country working in the interest of white men or black men?
I think that this country works in the interest of whoever has the most money.
Jesus Christ, Lord have mercy.
It's based off race. I think it's whoever has the most money. I think if it's the Jewish people with the most money, the laws will bend to the Jewish people. I think if it's the black people are the ones with the most money, the laws will bend to black people. If it's white people who have the most money, the laws will bend to white people.
It sounds like race. It sounds like it has whoever what race has all the money.
Like race to me.
It sounds like everything's about race. It's
it
every
like
race
race
is
to
trying
me.
to. You're saying what you're saying. Hold on, Cloud. What you're saying is that racist people coming together, and whoever has the most money implement the laws of the land, have the resources and control the land and control how that country is working out. That's what you're saying. That's what you're saying when you. Hey,
Asians are an extremely small part of the community, but they have an extremely large impact politically. Why? Because of the money.
They stand together.
They stay together. Asians do not have a huge impact on political, on anything political. No, they do not. No, they do not. Asian people
look like them. In their communities, the people who work in everything looks like them. What are you talking about? That's a fact. This is what we're talking about. So now we can say that's not true. Bro, that's
you're talking. Okay, okay.
Your argument is that they support one another. So now you're saying that's not the case. It's cap.
You're talking political. We're talking political inside this country. You said political, or am I confused?
No, you're correct. That's what I'm talking about.
Are you mean about D2? Are you mean
tell me where Asians have political power inside America?
Excuse
what political power do Asian people have in America?
They have political power over their communities. That's why all the communities that they live in, all the signs are in their language, and all of the people who run the community look like them.
Because,
and all
they do, but they
that's
do
not
have
political power. That's not that is community power. The reason why there is an Asian town or a Korean town is because the previous generations who came there before purchased those lands by the business opportunities that was afforded to them before black people that allowed them to acquire that land and pass through generations to develop that community.
Rounding Japanese people up, that's cap. Japanese people had it terrible. They was rounding them up. There was something called yellow fever. They hated Asian people, and yet Asian people are still.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on, D2. No, D2. Asians do have.
I reject the concept and the idea that what has the power in America is skin color. I believe it's money. Whoever has the biggest bag runs shit, and that's just how it's always been. It's who has the bag.
Clout. Money is the representation of the person in power's currency, family. Money really doesn't exist. It really don't exist. That is a representation of the resources they have. That's all it is. It's an extension of power. Money really doesn't exist. That's why it's paper. It's going to be Bitcoins eventually and be digital. It really doesn't mean anything. It's just a representation of the resources that a country has. That's when they do the GDP. Money really doesn't exist. So it's about the race of people that's in power that uses money as an extension of how you spend in their country. It is about race. It's who controls the country. Everything's about race, brother.
The country is 70% white. It is 13.
And they own 90% of the land and over 90% of the resources.
My brother, let me finish. The point, though, is that obviously the majority group in any country, obviously they're going to dominate all of the resources and all of the systems because they're the majority group. That's just common sense. Like, to make that argument is a moot point. We're 13% of the population. There's no way we would have that level of power. We're not a large enough group. So what you're saying don't even make sense. Like you're making it.
My brother, this is the most disingenuous I've seen you be about a conversation. No, I'm not. They're made it about that. America. Hold on, real quick, D2. America. Hold on. America is in power, right? Is America?
You're forgetting the argument of race.
Hold on, family. Hold on. Come on, family.
You interrupted me. I was answering your question.
Family, I'll let you talk a lot. I stopped for a lot of time so I can let you talk, brother.
Can you interrupt me?
Go ahead. Good. Look. I'm gonna show you. Go ahead.
I lost my train of thought, bro. Go ahead with what you were saying.
did a race of people take control of this country?
What do you mean by that question? Did a race of people take control of
See
people?
what I'm saying, brother? I'm asking you a straight up question that we should not be that hard. You're taking the time
My
to
brother,
like.
The answer is no. No.
Question. It's a
The
loaded.
answer is no.
I'm gonna tell you what. To answer the question, it's a loaded question, and the reason why it's a loaded question is because when America was taken over, they sent people here from Spain. People came here from France. People came here from England, and all of those white people were warring with each other. They were not friends. They were all fighting over the land amongst each other. So for you to make it sound like one group all together as one people just came based off of their race to take over America, that's cap. They came to America for resources and money. There were white people killing other white people over the resources here. So y'all y'all continue to make this argument about race, and you're
doing extreme case of straw man, family. That's not what we're arguing. You're straw man, and you're creating something for us to speak on that we're not even speaking on.
No, but bro, because we always want to talk about history, right? So we talk about slavery with history. We don't want to talk about all the wars that the white people fought against each other.
Even if they fought against each other, they're still in power. That's
all
the
right.
point we're trying to make to you. They still, even if they go at war, at the end of the day, they come together and make an agreement amongst each other where they're still in power.
But the reason for coming here was not based off of race. It was for resources. That's why they came here. For resources, land, spices, animals, furs.
What?
They did not come here. They did not come here because they did not come here. The reason why white people came to America, why the Spanish, why the French, why the Italians, why so many different groups came to America, had nothing to do with them establishing whiteness and everything to do with them finding gold, with them finding furs, with them finding spices, with them finding tobacco. That's what it was all about. Tobacco they could sell back home and get a bag off of. That's what it was all about. But y'all so focused on race.
That's not true. But okay.
So you're telling me, hold on.
That's
So
not
you're
true.
telling me, so in order to do those things, you got to rape, pillage, and destroy other people to discover things. That's what you're saying.
They're gonna kill whoever. If you have gold and copper, and I want your gold and copper, I don't care what you look like. I'm coming to take what you have. That's what conquest is all about. Everyone think you keep
a conquest of people that look like you or don't look like you.
Nothing to do with what the people look like, and everything to do with the fact that they were not in the same agenda. If I represent England, and I'm here to get gold on the behalf of England, if you're a black Englishman, you could be there fighting that war besides me because we're there united, there to do England's business. If I'm there for France, there are all type of people that lived in France. They're all like y'all forget that there were multiple races of people in these European countries long before slavery even ever happened in America. So it's like, if y'all want to do real history lessons, we can do that. But the only history I want to focus on is the racial ones. And it's silly. It's like, it's leaving us in this one little spot where we're unable to actually grow beyond that. Economics, conquest have nothing to do with race. The majority of they have everything to do with money, everything to do with economy. That's what it's about. They did not
speak about
America for gold.
If we want to speak about money, because I don't remember no part of history where America had gold, but I'm gonna just let that one go. But,
all right, bro. You're disqualified. You're disqualified from this conversation because the gold rush is well documented, bro. Gold was hold on. Read why the 49ers are even called 49ers. The people who went to San Francisco for gold, that's what they were called, the 49ers, bro. If you don't know history, you're not.
Did the gold rush started?
America, bro, there's still gold being.
When did the gold rush started?
Bro, it don't matter what year the gold rush started.
Okay, then stop talking to me. Let me say this. The fact,
bro, we can't continue if you're.
Y'all, hold up. Let's make sure we have a respectful conversation. D2, you finish, and then go ahead.
I'm gonna say this,
and then let truth get in. Let's make sure we be civil and respectful to each other, even if we disagree.
Not talking like we're not even having a real conversation based on facts right now. We talking about silliness, like.
No, Cloud. This is what you're doing. It's okay if we disagree agree to disagree. You're doing the ad hominems, and you're saying that we're being a certain way, and regardless of what you're saying, like what we're saying doesn't make any sense. But what you're saying is making sense. That's the brother. That's that.
Y'all said I was being disingenuous. Isn't that the same thing?
Being disingenuous is by what you're doing.
But you just
We didn't call you. We didn't call you. Hold on. We didn't call you unintelligent, illiterate, or any of those things. What we're saying is that we're asking you to answer the questions we're asking you, and you're not. That's why
But
we're
the
saying you're being
question in
disingenuous.
itself is disingenuous. The
No, it's
question
not.
is disingenuous.
No, we're not, because you said these races of people, even though they fought with each other, they all aligned and went to control the world. But then you said they went to control the world for gold.
The reason why it's a disingenuous question is because answering your question doesn't prove anything. Even if I were to answer the question the way you want me to, which is to say all of the people were white, that still doesn't prove that the reason that they came here was because of race. So it's a disingenuous question. It doesn't prove anything. You're just trying to get me to say that
No
the
one
people.
said that. No, Clout, you keep doing that. I didn't say they came here for race. I said everything is about race. It's about a race of people thriving. It's the
Right.
people that think like you. Hold on, man. Hey, Clout,
Race,
you keep
going to use that to
Clout,
prove the
you
point.
realize you keep interrupting me, and I give grounds for let you talk and D2 talk, and every time I talk, you interrupted me. The nations operate under making sure people think like they think, look like how they look, have an identity. They have an identity they can, to get the most people that look exactly like them, and then to get the other people who don't look like them to be just like them, but they really are not. Those people really don't have no representation. It's just an illusion of inclusion. It's people that's in power wanting their race to thrive, and then use other races to help them thrive. It is about race. Everything is about a race of people and how they think and how they operate.
About power, wealth, not race.
Okay.
Keep your people. You need to control the resources. That's about power. That's not about race.
If we're going to get back to the money talk in the black community, because that's what we went off on a gold rush and slavery tangent. But okay, so I think the biggest problem with black people inside the black community, and the reason why we're not thriving, and the reason why we cannot move forward as a group of people, is because I think a lot of black people do not want to start at the foundation, the ground level. And what do I mean by that is, for example, when you see Asian people or Indian people come here, like a father would buy a gas station, a laundromat, or those type of businesses that are needed inside a community that needs to be is a part of that community. And they would build off of that. Then once the sun take over, it might be 2 or 3 gas stations, or 3 or 4 laundromat, and go off of there. Where most black people growing up inside America, they feel like they're above that. They feel like, why should I buy a gas station? Why should I own a laundromat? I could do so much better, or whatever the case might be, or these other products and whatever is so much better, so I'll just go over there. I think that's one of the major issues with the black community, is that we don't want to start from ground zero. We don't want to start at the foundation of building our community and building structure for us to thrive. Compared to other communities, just like he said about the Asian or the Korean towns and whatever, when you go inside those communities, they have gas stations, they have supermarkets, they have everything that they need. The only reason they come out of that community is to go to work. And most of them don't even work outside of that community.
And Clout, let me ask you a question. Why do most Asian people, let's say Asian father, don't want another race of man that marry his daughter? Why does he want an Asian man to marry his daughter? Why does a white man typically want a white man to marry his daughter?
The question you're asking me, though, look at how you're framing it, right? You're asking me.
Framing it? It's Clout. Stop trying to Clout. Brother, you know I'm not that kind of person. This is the thing. Hold on, let me tell you something real fast. The wrong thing that people do is when they disagree on something, they start attacking and trying to discredit people about something. I never do this to you. Hold on real quick. We're disagreeing, and that's okay. It doesn't mean we go to discredit each other. We're disagreeing. So then we have to show proof of what we're speaking about. All I asked you is, why does races of men don't want other races of other men to date their daughters? Why, if it's not about race, why does mostly a man who's a white man, an Asian man, Hispanic man, and he will say even black men, why do those men don't want their daughters to marry a man outside their race? It's just a straight question.
Okay, I'm gonna answer the question as best I can, and I'm gonna say I think the reason why is because most people want their family to look like them. Most people want their family they want to preserve their culture. They want to look at their family and see a reflection of themselves. And so I think many people fear that if if their daughters are to start having children with people of different races, the fear is that the lineage will no longer look like them, and that what they would perceive as their legacy would be distorted. Because it's like, okay, if I'm a white man or a Chinese man, whatever type of man, let's say
that was a quick question. No, you answered my question. Now, second question.
Sure.
Do most people when they open acquire a business, do they want to hire somebody, most races of people? Do they want to hire somebody that looks like them or someone that doesn't look like them? Honestly.
I don't know how to answer that question accurately because of the way the question is framed. Because you're asking me why most races of people are doing something that I can't even prove that most races of people do. So the question is framed in a way to get a certain response. So it makes it very hard for me to answer and be direct.
I don't see how that's a hard question, brother. If I'm going to if I go apply to the Chinese restaurant right now, say, nah, we ain't hiring you. What is it? Why are they not hiring me? If I go to the Indian restaurant and I want a job there, you don't see. You think that? Hold on. Do you think that people don't work there because certain races of people haven't applied?
I can answer your question. I believe in nepotism. So I believe that when someone's starting a business, the first people that they're going to hire are going to be the people in their immediate social circle. And 9 times out of 10, the people in someone's immediate social circle are going to look like them. So for example,
we all do that. We all do that.
If I'm a Chinese man and I'm opening up a Chinese restaurant to sell traditional Chinese cuisine, I'm more than likely going to hire Chinese people, not just because I know Chinese people, but also because Chinese people are probably more likely to understand the nuances of traditional Chinese cuisine, and I'll be able to keep my restaurant more authentic. If I can find someone who's not of my race that fits those qualities, someone who's a part of the culture and understands the nuances, and is also hardworking, I'm going to hire them as well.
That's what you would do. I understand what you're saying. But the fact of what you just said, what you said initially is how people operate. And I think it's because of the negative the negative context that comes with being racist or being about your race or investing in your race. Majority of people still do and operate under the context of race. They align with people that look of their same race typically. They want to be around people that look like them typically. They want to hire people that look like them typically. And improve the quality of life for people that look like them. That's all I'm saying. And that's most people.
I disagree with you, Ali. Where I disagree with you on that. I agree with everything you're saying.
Yeah, let Truth go and then you go, Cloud.
I'm gonna be quick. The only part I disagree is that I don't agree that the motivator behind that is strictly race. I think race might be a motivator, but I think there are multiple nuanced things that influence that.
What nuanced thing are you talking about, brother?
Appearance.
Hold on. You're agreeing that this is what happens, but then you say, nah, that's not really why they're aligning. It's this nuance thing. What nuance thing? It's race.
For example, culture. I just gave an example. I gave a whole example with an Asian restaurant. If I'm starting a traditional Chinese cuisine business,
but you're saying, hold on. So Chinese restaurants, and I'm really strict Chinese restaurants. Most Chinese restaurants, I've never seen a person of different ethnicity ever work at a Chinese restaurant. Me, in my experience, in North Carolina, everywhere, I've never seen another race of person work in a Chinese restaurant.
How many people don't know how to cook Chinese food though?
No, you just said you could teach those people. If someone wants to work, you can teach them, right? You can teach them. No, hold on. You're being watch. If I want to go work at Carolina Ale House, if I want to work at Texas, a Texas Roadhouse, if I want to work at any of those places, people have to be trained to cook those foods. Now you're saying, hey, how many people know how to cook that food? Hey, just teach them how to cook that food.
Right, but you only get to the point where you need to train people when you don't have an abundance of people in your social circle that already know it. So if I have a social circle of people who know traditional Chinese foods in my family, why would I ever even be hiring? I'll never need to hire, because the moment I open my business, I'm going to bring in my cousin, I'm going to bring in my aunt, I'm going to bring in my grandmother. So that's what I'm saying. Nepotism sometimes has nothing to do with race, and sometimes could be about family. A lot of times, the people you see in that Chinese restaurant are blood related. So is that because, are they picking the other people because they're Chinese? Or are they picking it because that's their brother? Like, you get them? Everything is not about.
So all right, but are going to be correct in your assessment because of your experiences. Again, y'all can't deny one is not right more than the other. The problem is what you got to see is what is more prevalent in the world that we come from. So let's go to a mom and pop store. For those of us, I don't know where each one of you live at. I live in Baltimore, in the upper parts. We're in the city. So in the city, most of it be, you go to a Chinese store, you're going to see Chinese people. You go to a Korean store, you're going to see Korean food. Like Clout was saying, these individuals, that's their culture, so they know how to prepare what is needed properly. You can teach somebody something, just like our mothers. I'll use this. Our mothers got cooked great food. But you can go somewhere else and they cook macaroni and cheese, and it's not the same macaroni and cheese. Am I right or am I right? Am I right or am I right? It's not the same macaroni and cheese.
Yeah, you talking about macaroni and cheese.
Right. Okay. So apply that to the same principle. Okay. I don't know if I can hear that. My apply that to
is his mic messing up, Clout, or is that me?
No, that's me. I don't know if y'all could hear that. That was my GPS or whatever. But apply that same principle to when people open up their business. They want the best product. It can be the same product, but when you taste something, it's not the same. It's just like with watches, cologne, shoes, or anything. There can be a product that is a knockoff. It can be the same thing, but eventually there will be some, something that you can see that it'll turn you off and say, okay, this is not the same as what I'm used to getting. This is not what I grew up on. This is not what I'm accustomed to. I'm going to Chinese food. I'm going to get Chinese people. I want Korean food. I'm going to get Korean people. I want Southern food. I'm going to go to the woman on the corner that look like Big Mama, her ankles swollen, big hind parts, apron, because that's the culture of it. And I know she's going to cook me some nice, good, greasy, fattening chicken, pork chops, and everything, and it's going to be hitting. No Chinese person is going to make it like that, bro. So that's why it's the same thing that applies, because at the end of the day, that bottom line is going to kick in wherever you go to get served. You're not going to go to the place that doesn't produce the product you want. Supply and demand. We learned that at school. That was basic business property right there.
Right. I'm just saying, like, simultaneously both things are at work. It doesn't mean you shouldn't keep trying to keep working and doing the best that you can as an individual, but you can simultaneously acknowledge that the world is working in a racial aspect. It's working for the survival of the fittest based on race, and that other races of people can ultimately hold other different races of people back. Where everybody's competing, all races of people in the world is competing. Like, the fact that we can't acknowledge it, because I think, again, the negative context that comes behind racism and all the impacts that racism has had, and we have to acknowledge what it's done. But majority of the world operates on race. That's my main thing. And do I say it should hold you back? Like, we're all in competition. And so I think if there's a misunderstanding, even though it's about race, black men need to still do their best to thrive. White men do the best they thrive. Arabs doing the best they can thrive. But we're just acknowledging that it's a competition. It is about race. Everything's about race. All these races are trying to be in power and have resources, like Clout said, but it's about preserving their race of people.
Ali, let me ask you something. If let's say if a white person had let's say a house, because you do real estate, house is $250,000. That's the selling price. But I have three. Let's say the white person has exactly 250, but I have 350,000. I'm willing to give that to the person, to the buyer, and I'm black. I'll go with the white person, or they're gonna go with me.
You're talking about historical things that happen when black people would offer more money to buy a house and they still sell the house to a white person.
Right. So I'm saying what in today's time climate right now.
In today's time, that's still there's occurrences of that, but for the most time, that black man offered the 350,000 had the biggest offer, he'll get that house.
Thank you for being honest, and that's what
Yeah.
and that's good.
But that's right. But we're not gonna deny that if you were selling your house for $350,000 and a white man came in to inspect that house and appraise that house, he'll reduce the price of the house based on if a white man was in that house. You can Google that endlessly. And there's friends that help black friends by putting up pictures of white people in the house and pretend a white person lived in there, and the person appraised the house, the value of the house went up.
See,
I don't know if y'all see.
Yeah, I use
No, there's no, it's not no one. What clout? What clout? Why do you do that, brother? If we have 10 people in a building, and let's say there's 2 black men, one black person's business is thriving, the other one isn't. And this isn't just because they're business, and we acknowledge and go, hey, this person is just restricted because they're allowing this business to flourish, to give the illusion that this business is flourishing, but they're gonna make sure this business doesn't flourish. Why can't we be happy for this business and go, hey, they're holding this business back? Why can't we do that simultaneously? I don't get
I'll explain the answer.
Why? No, hold on. And I'm asking you when you ask, hold on. I didn't get to finish the question. Why can we celebrate our wins, but we can't acknowledge if we lose, we lose. That's fine. Why can't we acknowledge the losses we take because of race? We can celebrate our wins.
I heard the question. I'm gonna tell you why. Because this is the difference, Ali. Thousands of black people sell houses every single day to white people and get fair appraisals. Thousands. The stories of the people that don't get fair appraisals are the ones that go viral. And those are the ones that we focus on. And so because 5 homeowners, maybe, I don't even think there's 5 cases like this, but I know the viral case you're talking about. The moment one viral case happens, we make that seem as though that's the standard of what's happening in America when it's not. That same, hold on, that same day that happened to them.
You're doing what's taught when people go, hey, if we say, if you say Black Lives Matter and you say all lives matter, why are we talking about that if it's already good? Like, there's no reason to talk about it.
Because you know why? Because I'm answering you. The reason why you need to talk about that is because it paints a picture to people as if the situation that they're living in is worse than it actually is. There are people out there who genuinely believe that the only way they'll get a fair appraisal on their home is if they hang up pictures of white people. And that's not a fact. That happened to be the case in an individual situation. But that is not the standard for every single person that gets an appraisal in America.
Brother, you keep doing that to my words. No, Clout. That's your brother. That's so irresponsible. You keep doing that to me. I'm saying when it occurs, it needs to be addressed. I didn't say that represents the whole totality of what's happening. You're doing, hold on. You're doing that purposely, and you keep doing it purposely to not address it. No, let me finish. You're doing it purposely. No, I don't. Why is it so hard to address that it happens?
Brother, we're not talking about it is because we've already addressed that it happened. What I have an issue with is people keep bringing up something that's already been addressed to paint a narrative of something that's not a reality. So you're making it happen.
If it keeps happening, then you need to address it.
Let me finish. You're using this isolated example as an example. Paint narrative that this is the step, and that's not factually true. So all I'm saying is I acknowledge that this happened, and I acknowledge that it's fucked up and wrong, and no one will ever convince me that it's not fucked up and wrong. But what I'm saying is that does not represent the majority of transactions that are happening between people appraising their house on a day-to-day. That appraiser happened to be a racist. Every appraiser is not racist. So we have to learn to accept nuance. There are individuals in this world, and every individual does not represent everyone in every situation.
Nobody said that. Nobody said that, brother.
Just because
you're making up, and no one said none of this. And these are red herrings. You're doing red herrings.
Herrings.
Brother, you're doing red. Nobody said that. You're making things up. That didn't come out my mouth.
Yo, just because racist shit is happening doesn't mean that the majority of the time racist
Nobody
shit
said that. Nobody said that. No
time, and you're making it seem as though I'm saying something.
This is your conversation. No, you spent, brother, in this conversation, this is something you don't agree with, and this is something where you push that narrative yourself, and you say someone's creating a narrative because you hear this all the time because people talk about race. Hold on, let me finish. you don't. It makes you uncomfortable that people talk
No,
about
it
race.
doesn't
That's
make
the
me
problem.
uncomfortable.
It does
It
make
don't-
you, because there should be no pushback. There should be no pushback.
Bro, it has nothing to do with me being uncomfortable. It has everything to do with me. I have a
Then what is the pushback?
let me explain to you. I have a problem personally with false narratives. I don't like when people purport things to be true that are not factually true. Things that can be outright proven wrong. A lot of the stuff that y'all are saying can outright be proven wrong. And y'all continuously use these isolated individual examples to represent, to make it seem as though that's a representation of fact. And it's just not the case. So that's the issue I have. You're making it seem like
You're doing that. If it occurs, it occurs. It's a fact. It occurs.
Oh,
That's a
and I
fact.
know
No. Is it a fact? No.
I don't talk about.
I'm asking you a question. I'm asking you a question. If not in 10 instances, one instance is has to do with race. Does racism exist in that system?
Of course it exists. That would be.
That's all we said. You're going out of limbs to say, hey, you're trying to act like race is holding us back, and you're trying to say it represents the majority of what's happening. You're doing that. You're creating that. You're making a narrative for us to respond to that we didn't create.
That exists. And to see,
you're not even conceding, brother. Like, go back and watch the live. You're doing this. You're creating a narrative, and then you're getting us to respond to something we didn't say. Those are straw mans and red herrings, brother. We didn't say that.
To acknowledge that something exists and to think that and to see everything through the lens of that thing are two different things. I can acknowledge that racism exists. So to use your example, you said if there's 10 people in the room and one person experiences racism, does racism exist? Obviously racism exists. But the real question, the genuine
racism, you look what you're doing. You're trying to make, hey, you can still succeed. Don't worry about the racism.
Hold on, let me finish. But a genuine question would be more so like this. If only one of those experienced people out of 10 that look just like that person experienced racism, is racism a major problem for that group? That would be a fair question. And then the obvious answer, no, only 10, because only 10% are experiencing it. But you're not asking a genuine question. You're 10% of the example, racism exists in 10% of your example. And then you ask me if it exists. Obviously it exists because it's 10%. But I'm gonna
tell you this. I'm gonna tell you this.
It's just the minority.
When it comes to why races of people thrive and why other racist people don't thrive, the other races of people never push the narrative that you're pushing. You're trying to change the narrative to tell people that hey, racism exists, but it's not the majority. Let's make it. Like,
answer, my brother. I appreciate you and I appreciate you. I respect you, but you asked me to come on here. I'm trying to get a word in edgewise. And I feel like I'm struggling with you to finish the sentence. So respect.
Go look at the live, brother. I've been letting you talk. You're interrupting me every time I talk.
I'm gonna end this conversation here. I appreciate you. We could pick it up another time, but I can't put any more energy into this. I don't think I'm being heard, and that's fine. We could play it back another time. We could always go back.
But make sure you're honest. Make sure you're honest, because we never had this issue, and this happened on different panels with different people, and it's been happening repeatedly on different panels. When people disagree, they go on these narratives. Go back and watch this panel and see how long I remained quiet, gave the floor to you, gave the floor to DP, try to give the floor to Truth, and when I spoke, you interrupted immediately. Go back and watch this. I didn't interrupt you, brother. Like that. I started interrupted you at the end of this. I'll concede to that. But when you go back and look, I stayed quiet for a long time.
I don't think you interrupted Truth nearly as much as you interrupted me. But again,
when have we ever had an issue conversing until we disagreed today? Because we usually don't disagree on a lot of things.
It's been a great show. I appreciate you, and we could always do this again. But I'm gonna end the conversation here. I appreciate you, brother. Have a good night.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You have a great night as well too. And there's no shade to that brother. There's no disrespect to that brother. I have no bad beef with that brother. I always support Clout, and I'll continue to support Clout. Anybody can go back and watch this live. It don't matter which way I do it. If I concede and let people speak, it's going to be Ali did this. If I don't let people speak, supposedly, the narrative is going to be created. Y'all can go back and watch the live. I let everybody speak. I stood quiet for a lot of times, most of the times. Anybody who's watching the live, I got interrupted, and there's nothing wrong with that. I'm going to speak about what's truthful. If I'm speaking and getting interrupted and I addressed it, that's all that was happening. But it can be, it is what it is. What's happening in this space though, what needs to stop happening is narratives being created on people when people disagree. We have to attack the information rather than attack the person or just try to discredit people. That's what's continue happening in this space. And what's crazy is the whole topic got addressed. I'm gonna have to do a part 2 on this topic because we started talking about race. But there's no way we can ignore that everything is about race. And that's not always in a negative context. We talk about black power, we talk about white power, Arabs talk about having power, Asians talk about power. But to pretend that it's not about race and that people are loving us, that people are supporting us, that we live in an infrastructure that elevates black women and children and elevates even their own people is extremely irresponsible and disingenuous. We're pushing LGBT movement. We're pushing the sexual liberation movement. We're pushing obesity movement. We're pushing fake food movement. The air is polluted movement, disease movement. Food kills more people than anybody in this country. And outside of this country, as the Eastern diets are changing to Western diets. Majority of what's happening in this country works in the best interest of humanity, and we have to be honest about that. And the fact that when we say it, we tell people, hey, you still got to push for pretending as if everything is good for people is the problem with this country, because typically the people who don't want you to talk about it are people that are in my position. I don't have to come on here and speak. I don't have to do lives. I don't have to ask for cash apps or super chats or ask for people to support me. Can you, brother, can I see your camera, family? Rim, I don't have to ask for that. I'm shedding light on the injustice. I'm shedding light on what's on the inequities of what's happening to society and what's occurring to people. Most of society is living check to check and is living in poverty. And then we're living in the nuance of what poverty is the country is relegating and changing the definition of what poverty is and saying now there's a higher amount. Excuse me, they lower the amount of how much you can have to be in poverty now and pretending that people are not in poverty when most people are living check to check. So we have to address the injustices in this country if we're saying we're actually just. And just because I'm living I'm in a comfortable position in my life. Simon, can you come up real quick? And Rem, can you come up real quick? I just got to make sure it's you. Just because now I'm in a comfortable position in my life doesn't mean that I shouldn't speak about the disparities of what's occurring to people as a whole. That's my main point. And I'm never going to stop talking about what's happening to the average person, even if you're not black. What's happening to white people as a whole. White people are the majority in poverty and on welfare in this country, even though majority of white people have the wealth in this country. But the red states, Republican states, they have the most poverty. The life expectation for that person is lower. The IQ of people are that lower. They're more uneducated. They're under resourced. There's more violence in red states, so people don't like speaking about that. But I don't support Democrats or Republicans. I don't support liberalism or conservatives. I support just a better life for humanity. What's going on, Simon?
Yo,
what's going on, my brother?
Yeah. Great stream, man. Great stream. I always find what you're saying interesting. Hope you can hear me.
Thank you, my brother. I can hear you.
I appreciate that. I did want to ask you though, why do you think nice guys, or I didn't quite understand, like, why do you think nice guys finished last, or was it just a sentiment?
So when we were growing up, nice guys was promoted, right? Being a nice man, or I say a gentleman was promoted, right? To be a nice guy who caters to the community, who takes care of the community, who sacrifices for the community. And I don't think there's nothing wrong with that, but I think we have to kind of speak on it in a different context, because now nice guys are being taken advantage of. Men are sacrificing themselves. Men are being responsible for everyone. Men are giving people 50 billion chances and letting people compromise their identity. They ultimately deprive themselves of who they are, over catering to people that don't reciprocate for them. So I believe that's what a nice guy is, separate from a man who invests in himself to be a good quality man, to be a strong man that could take care of himself and other people, and doesn't compromise his manhood in order to create relationships. You get what I'm saying? He doesn't. A nice guy typically will compromise himself for validation. That's my main point.
Yeah, I mean, the interesting thing is it that a woman dictates what a nice guy is, or is it the fact that a man dictates what a nice guy is? Because your statement is from a man, right? So do you think
We did like Simon, if you was my son, right?
mm,
I'd say don't be too nice. You would tell your son the same thing. Don't let men push you over. Don't let men take advantage of you. Don't let women do the same thing. Don't let your family members do that. Don't let your friends do that. Have a foundation. Have some type of integrity about yourself. Have an identity. Make sure you're able to take care of yourself, and make sure you align yourself with people that can reciprocate the same things you give to them. If you're doing something for them, if you're giving a handout to them, they should be able to give a handout for you and be in there in your time of need, or vice versa. It's not just one-sided, and you're just being too nice. You get what I'm saying?
then why is it then that we grow up and then become nice guys? If that's the case, like if we've got like people around us, father figures that are telling us like don't just
Hold
be
hold
that
on real
nice
quick.
guy.
Hey, Ram, can you cam up real quick? So I just knew it's you. Ram typically is on here, right? I just don't want to make sure.
Yeah, no problems, bro. I appreciate it.
Is he? What's your? Okay, hold on. Is that him? I'm not sure if that's him. How can I prove that's him? I'm not sure. I'm not familiar. I'm familiar with Ram. Okay, that's you. Got you. I got you.
What's up?
Right.
Yeah, so yeah, I was just asking. So let's say, okay, what you were saying is a true statement in terms of like we grow up in these situations and we have men around us that tell us not to be the nice guy, that say, yo, you gotta be ready for the world, XYZ. It's like, then how come we still get a bunch of these guys out here that we proclaim to be nice guys that are taken advantage of, per se?
Because of what's being promoted in society. It's telling us to be these type of men. It's raising. So society is raising men to do everything in their capabilities to take care of society and do what's in the best interest of society. And it's telling women to do what's in their own self-interest. It's telling women, hey, do what makes you happy. It's telling men, take care of everybody. Do you get what I'm
Okay.
saying?
Yeah,
That's why
sure,
we're
sure.
having this. Men are still being responsible and traditional. It's not teaching women to be traditional. It's teaching women to go deviate from being traditional and to only solely focus on themselves. That self-love and self-discovery. Even when you're 30 years old or 40 years old, you're still looking for who you are instead of being being a complete person in regardless of how you've been raised, and being able to love someone else. So you have to love yourself in order to love someone else. And I think what the problem is society's teaching women to just love themselves to the point they're pushing everybody away from them.
So I was just trying to understand like the whole thing. So it's like where the next part was women rule men, right?
Yes.
So how do you think women rule men? Because I've never ever come across that in my life. But is that something that goes on in the US predominantly, or is because
Well,
I don't see.
even in the UK, how many men are marrying for actually their benefit? How many men are actually marrying and going, look at all these things that I'm getting from this woman versus what you're actually giving to a woman?
I can't bring up statistics, but I can literally walk down the road and like 90% of what I see are households that are married, who have cars, who have mortgages, who have households, who have kids, and they don't even play. Like there's not this dispute like that we see on these streets a lot of the time. Like in particular, the women that infiltrate the space, like because they have a particular type of viewpoint, and most of them are single. So the fact of the matter is I don't really come across. I only really come across women if they are single that either want to get married and they're making like steps towards that. Like they're polite, they're not aggressive, they don't come at you. There's none of this, like especially over the last couple of days where there's all this up and down, swearing stuff that goes on. I'll never have a woman in my house like that. That's scary. Like for my children's sake, like no way, Jose. Like that ain't
Right. But
happening.
so listen to what you're saying. In one context, you're acknowledging the behaviors of women in today's society, right?
Right.
So if a
What's up,
man gets
Mayday?
married, so if men are getting married to those kind of women, who's running the relationship typically?
That's the thing. That's the thing. because what I don't see over here are men running the relationship. In the conversations that we have, I do not see that at all. Typically, and people will call them simps or whatever. I don't know, like, but I
That's why
don't.
they said. That's why people. That's why the saying is the biggest simps are married men.
Right.
And it's not always the case though. There's men that's married to good women and women who deserve marriage, but there's a lot of men that are married to women they give grace to, second or third or fourth, fifth chances to, that another guy got rid of. So if men didn't give grace, if men didn't give understanding, if men didn't give support to women making bad decisions, there wouldn't be a lot of relationships, because a lot of women didn't operate under traditional circumstances to get husbands today. You understand what I'm saying?
I do, but what I do find is there's a lot of pushback, in particular with Black American women, in terms of just even getting into a relationship or even trying to get towards those steps of having a marriage before even going, okay, this guy's a simp. Because most men will, there's been this conversation about men submitting to women, and initially I think men just want to understand that they're in a position that's going to be consistent rather than anything else. They just want to get with somebody and go, yo, this is going to be a consistent situation and we're going to be together, to a point that you're not going to defer me to another man, because that's the highest insult. But the conversations I've had with American women don't seem to work like that, but I see it every day over here. But it seems to work, and I don't know if that's what went down traditionally, historically, like when we're talking about 60 or 70 years ago, because the community was tight, so it was kind of like a village mentality. And I would guess that people got passed around, like, and we don't talk about that, like, in terms of the fact that, if you're in a community, if you're in a tight-knit community and everybody knows each other, people traditionally get passed around. You get what I mean? So you start to figure out who you are. We speak about this, oh yeah, you got to be within your own network to understand who people are. But at the end of the day, when it comes to relationships and stuff, obviously you're going to get to understand how people are in a more intimate fashion. So that woman that was over there and had, relationships with that person, and maybe chose not to have a child, chose not to get married, may come over here and choose to get married and have a child, but may have had that previous relationship. I think we're going. Sorry, go on.
So watch. I'm gonna show this. I'm gonna still probably show this the next video, but I'm gonna show this video. This is one of the videos I was going to review to talk about, but then we got derailed to the Black community and other races of communities. So let me share that real quick. Rem, how you doing, brother? Is he back there? Okay, hold on.
Yo, we saying, can you hear me?
Yeah. How you doing, family?
Yeah, I'm good. I wanted to talk about the race thing.
Okay, I'm gonna play this real quick. We can get back to that conversation.
Hello.
Okay. Can you is your mic breaking up, Simon? Is he breaking up, or is that me?
Hello.
It's kind of choppy up.
Is it me that's choppy, or is it Rem that's choppy?
Rem.
Oh yeah, Rem, your mic, brother, your mic broke. You might need to restart. Your mic's breaking up.
I think he's on a mobile or something. Sounds like that.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Can hear you now, bro. What's up? Stay wherever you are.
All right, cool. I'll wait for the video.
Okay.
There you go. I can hear you now, bro.
Not against women succeeding. I am not against women working outside the home. That's their choice. But what I am against is a small elitist group of Northeastern establishment liberals putting down homemakers. Now, the livers love to say that they're dedicated to choice. But if you dare to choose the path of full-time mother, well, there must be something wrong with you. Sister, the cards are stacked against you. When you wake up in the morning, you won't get a job. And if you do, it won't be a good one. And if you get a good one, you won't get promoted. And if you get married, your husband will treat you like a servant. And marriage is just a lot of dirty diapers and dirty dishes. It's ridiculous because women are the primary caregivers in the home. What is going to happen if you push women out into the workforce is that women are going to find themselves with 2 full-time jobs, and they're going to be exhausted and unhappy. Eventually, they decide not to have children at all. Maybe that's the liberationist goal. Their hero is Gloria Steinem, a single, childless woman nearing 40, but she is the sort of miserable, pathetic woman they aspire to be. And perhaps that is why the liberationists are trying to sow these seeds of discontent among we happily married women. They want us to join them in some new sisterhood of frustrated togetherness, because none of them can find a man who wants to marry them. I am.
What you think about that video, Simon?
Yo, it's garbage, bro.
You think it's garbage?
I mean, it's total garbage, like, because that's not what I experienced in my marriage. There's no way in hell my ex-wife is talking to me like that today or
Why
tomorrow.
you say? But why do you say ex-wife?
Because people go through things, and I've had
without going too personal. Did
Yeah,
you
yeah, yeah.
ruin the marriage? Did you? And I don't even want to make it personal because we're talking about the general population
yeah.
of what's going on of
No,
how
it's
women's
cool.
behaviors are. You might have had a phenomenal woman and you might have did her wrong, right? But we're talking about the fact that women are going into the workforce and the household is being neglected. No one's there with the babies. And then when she goes to do that job, even though she doesn't really want to do that job, she's exhausted to the point where a lot of women don't want to have children anymore and be at home.
Yeah.
So what part of that do you think is garbage, where a system where we had in a society where the man took care of everything outside the home and the women were to take caretakers in the home was creating successful families? What part of that are you disagreeing with, where you don't think the society is pushing women to work and forget about the family?
No, I'm just being anecdotal because in my marriage, my wife didn't have to do anything. Like I took care of everything, like to a point of washing, the cleaning, cooking, all the shit. She didn't have to do anything. We was very successful at it. I didn't want her to do anything because she attempted to cook and I didn't like her cooking. So I cooked and that's just my thing. Do you get what I mean? She had a certain way of going about like doing the laundry. I ain't like that, so I was just like, yo, I'm gonna get someone to take care of it. That was just my thing. And this is the modern versus the traditional, I guess, to an extent. In terms of like
Look at all the
future
things you're
forward.
saying, Simon. Look at all the things you're saying right now. You had an issue with the cooking. You had an issue with her washing the clothes. Like, you don't think you may have been able to handle it as a man? I'm not sure if you could handle it as a man. Do you think most relationships where a man is able to take care of his household, where the woman is not being able to do her role, do you think that's going to end up with a happy man?
I don't think generally, if we're generally speaking, I had a friend, like a work colleague. He came straight out of his parents' household, and he was used to his mom doing everything for him and his father. So his mom would cook, clean, do everything. He's straight out of the bedroom into a marriage. So his expectation was to walk into a marriage and have a woman do that for him, which I
Okay.
think is the general consensus. I'm just saying personally that wasn't.
So pause there. Should a woman be expected to, if she leaves out of a household, for a man to be able to take care of her, or she shouldn't expect that?
I think she should.
Okay,
I
so if
think
she
she
should
should.
expect the man, so if she should expect the man should take care of her, should that what a man should have expectation about too, as well as a woman be able to take care of the home? Should he have that
Totally.
expectation of women?
Totally. And
Okay, so if
it would behoove me to say that I wouldn't have loved to have a woman to do all that stuff, but it's just in this modern day and age, I don't think these
right,
women are doing this.
right. So and then if people are getting married to women who are essentially working outside the home in their best interest, not ultimately in the best interest of the house, are you thinking that woman's leading that household or you're leading that household? Like, if you ended up in that, I don't know how your situation ultimately ended up. I'm going to pay all the bills. I'm taking care of everything. Even when I get home, my wife not able to cook. My wife not able to wash the clothes. Who's doing everything?
as I said, I would love for that to happen. And to be fair, I had
What's going on, Sharon?
Who the hell is my intro at? I'm upset now.
I thought you didn't like. Oh. You know what? My bad, man. Hold on. Hey, I got a new. Hey, Sharon, I got a new intro.
damn.
I got a new intro for you, Sharon. I forgot all about that new intro. You ready for your new intro? Hold on. Let me get the new intro. Here you go.
It's Captain Save a Ho, hey, it's Captain Save a Ho. It ain't a bird, it ain't a plane, no, it's Captain Save a Ho, hey, it's Captain Save a Ho. Y'all, it's Captain Save a Ho, and he came to save the day, no, it's Captain Save a Ho, hey.
Oh, wait, man, you really gonna do this?
Hey,
Hold that bit. Go ahead, do what you do best, bro. Don't finish that bit now. I got to.
What you mean?
That's so
tripping.
Y'all better go ahead, boy.
I'm gonna tell my daddy he gonna
Hello?
put his gun out.
Fuck your daddy,
And I
boy.
ain't scared of you, boy.
Girl, can you come get me? Cause he didn't pull me out.
Please don't fear. Captain Save a Ho is here.
You got a whole intro, man. You got you, man. Go ahead, man. You can go ahead, Sharon. But what you think about that, Sharon? What you think about what my brother Simon was talking about? Do you think
I think your brother Simon is the wife. He's the wife.
See,
That's
Simon?
what it is.
See what I'm saying?
Why do you think that, Sharon?
So the reason why he's the wife because he took over all the duties, and to be honest with you, when men do that, they don't realize that they alienate the woman and they make the woman feel unuseful to the relationship when they take away her duties because he's doing his duties as well as her duties. Now she feel like she's not sufficient enough to be in that relationship. That's probably why one of the reasons why they probably went south in the first place.
Right, and that's okay. Simon, I'm thinking the same thing.
Okay, that's interesting to think, but the thing is like we lasted 10 years, so you got to consider that.
Of course,
and the thing is she is a teacher, and if you know anything about teachers, all teachers do all day long is work. You know, she was going to school in the morning. She was up at 3 o'clock in the morning marking books. That's what she was doing. So I was accommodating her. And I was teaching myself and I had my own business. So at the same time, we was accommodating each other. So it was a partnership more than anything, although we were married, you know. So if you're in a standard relationship, I can understand that you may want a woman to come and cook and clean and do all that sort of stuff. But at the same time, you're just going to accept what they're doing. Unless they're really good at what they're doing, you're going to have a problem with it. And for me, I was just like, yo, you know, I can do this. I'm actually good at what I do. And I accommodated it, and that's all it is. It wasn't sort of like a thing of, you know, this is your role, this is my role. We're living in a new age. It was just like, yo, this is us.
In my eyes, from what I hear, like if you really was good at it, then you'd be able to teach her and say, hey, babe, this is how I actually like my food to be cooked. This is the flavors I like, and she would appreciate that more. That she was able to teach her something, and then she was able to deliver that. So that's what she would have appreciated more. Most human beings, they appreciate that more if you lead them a certain way and they're able to accomplish what you are leading them to. It gives them a sense of pride.
Hey Simon, let me ask you a question. Do you think she would have just stayed with you if you couldn't provide? If you didn't do if you didn't accommodate her life, if you weren't able to give her a space where she can come and live if she didn't have to work, do you think she would stay with you if you couldn't provide that? What if she had to work? What if she can cook and clean? And what if she took care of you and you might have not decided to go to work? You think she would have stayed in a relationship with you?
Well, I divorced her. So
no, I'm asking. We see that's a whole nother story too. But I'm asking though, do you think a woman would have stayed with you if you reversed the roles?
I just think things take time, and sometimes are very, very short-sighted. Like our ancestors didn't deal with things like in a short-sighted way. So it's like even though like we're divorced, I still rock with her. Like we still have a child. And the lessons I taught her, she is now like when we meet up, she demonstrates that to our child. and our child then demonstrates that to me. But it's a long-term thing. I don't think about things short-term, and a lot of people do. It's like the mentality these days is very short-term thinking because we got all this social media going on, and it's like people's brain spans like 10 seconds. You get what I'm saying? It's everything's a clip of this, that, whatnot. It's like my life is with my daughter's mother, period, because I had a child with her. And this is what we tend to forget. Regardless of if you're divorced with someone, if you're separated with someone, if you've had a child with someone, that's your life. You've had a life of that because, minimum, even in government speak, like 25 years you got to provide for that child. So you can't get away from that woman, regardless of if you want to or not. But people want to like put up these sort of barriers and go, okay, I had a child with this person, I'm angry with them, we broke up, all this nonsense, and think like you can't get away from it. You're gonna have to compromise at some point in time. So the sooner you compromise, oh Jesus Christ.
I think what you're saying, Tommy, is a perfect example that they do what you taught them now, right? And you said you appreciate it now. I think that's something that I was speaking to earlier. That once you teach somebody something, they're going to show you how much they appreciate that lesson by actually doing it and executing that plan that you taught them. So, I think that what you just said proves to my point that they do it now. Your wife, your ex-wife, and your daughter, they both show you examples of what you actually taught them previous. But I think you just.
So why you don't? If she's doing all those things now, why do you don't go back and marry her?
Because it's not again. That's for me. That's short-term thinking. I will play this out.
Short-term
like,
thinking.
Yeah.
Simon, how old are you?
I'm 40 odd. So
what do you mean? What you mean short-term thinking? What you got? More time?
You're young blood, man. When you get to a certain type of age, you'll understand what I'm talking about. But I'm just saying, like,
Simon, how old are you again?
I'm 40 odd.
I'm basically that old, Simon.
Yeah, so I choose to play things out. I don't choose to jump into things. Like many people, my friends, my family, be on the phone. They're like, oh yeah, why don't you just marry her? I've heard remarry her, do this, that. Nah, it's not that straightforward. It's like you gotta allow people to live their lives and like understand certain things. What you gotta understand is like, as I said, anecdotally, I was with this woman for 10 years. I provided everything for her. Now she's in her own situation, and I even provided that for her to get her own place and be in her own space, just so that she could be a decent person enough to be a decent mother enough, bar her behavior, because we have a child together. Because I want to get away. I don't want all that drama in my life. You get what I'm saying? Like where most people
so this is where
allow for it.
So were you over catering to her more than she was over catering to you?
I chose to over cater.
No. No, not even the decision. I'm asking you, did you over cater to her more than she over catered to you to the point where you could have stayed in a relationship?
No, completely. Because I
Right.
chose
So
to
when I
marry
say
her.
women rule men, there's a lot of women that get resources from men, safety net from men, protection from men, support from men, and they are not really doing anything for it. That's why I say a lot of women rule over men. They're getting everything to give back nothing. And I'm not speaking specifically on your situation, but a lot of men leave their situations because they didn't get nothing for what they committed to.
I
But
think you're completely true. I think you're completely on the nail. And the thing is I completely went into marriage, and I think most men completely go into marriage, or should completely go into marriage understanding this. And this is why most men nowadays are turning around saying they don't want to be married, because they understand what it is. Because at the end of the day, what is going to happen is that the woman is going to have to rule the roost in one sort of shape or form. And you got to live with that and be able to navigate and be clever enough to understand how you can get out of it without losing. But most men lose. When I got divorced, my ex-wife didn't get nothing.
Were you a nice guy?
I don't know. I'm trying to still work it out, bro.
So you're going through the process. The questions you're asking me, look, nice guys finish last.
I'm trying to say that's why I came on. I was I'm like, wow.
Women are ruling men, and then when I go, she's her worst enemy, is because a lot of women are putting too much energy into still investing in themselves, instead of, if they're going to invest in themselves, be the quality a woman, a man needs, so that everybody invests in her.
I definitely think she's her worst enemy. Because she could have made it work out differently, but in my personal sort of situation, I think that was out of her control, and I do think that's an anomaly. Like, that's not necessarily part of the discussion that you're having in general, but it was an anomaly. So that's my sympathy towards her and our set of circumstances. That's probably another conversation. But thank you.
Of course, but it shows you're a nice guy. You were a nice guy, and then all of a sudden you
I
said,
don't
"Hey,
think I'm a nice guy at all.
yeah, look, look,
She wouldn't say I'm a nice guy.
you are
She
a
didn't tell
nice
the court.
guy.
She didn't
You
tell
are
the court I
you
was a
are
nice guy. She
you
didn't
are
tell the judges I was a nice guy. She
you are a
was
nice
like, yo,
guy." And then you said, "I deserve better than this," and then you started improving yourself to the right guy because you're not going to compromise your manhood, and you're setting standards that makes you a secure man and a man that's foundational that makes you the right man. That's what,
well,
and that's what Sharon was saying. Then you wanted her to be more principled, more on your page, and be able to be the best woman she can be. You became the right guy.
right. And what I would say is, since then, I've had the space and the capacity and the peace to actually meet some new people. Whereas, like, I've met some other women that are just like, wow, that attitude does not exist.
Right.
So sometimes being locked into something for a long time, you do need to sort of break off from it. Like, even my sister told me, and she was like, "You have nothing against your ex-wife, but you've been together for too long. You've been in your space for too long. You've been in this house for too long. Like, you've been at each other for too long. To get what I'm saying? To a point where you need to breathe."
Right,
So
right.
I'm looking at this as a breathing period.
I get what you're saying. Let's get AKA. What you think about, man? You think nice guys finish last? Are you that back there?
Here he's driving.
Is he driving? Sharon, you still Ram, you back there? Oh, what you think nice guys finish last, Sharon?
I think in the definition of the word nice as somebody that is not too smart, somebody that is stupid, then yeah, they finish last.
What's going on back there, Sharon?
Yeah, Sharon's a nice guy. He's trying to be nice.
I got a bunch of children here.
Sharon got a party going on. We got a slumber party going on. You got a slumber party going on. And
is that being nice? Is that like, facilitating, like trying to be the best person? I don't know.
No, Sharon got rules. So since he got rules and people operating under his rules, this is the liberties they get where he's giving protection and environment where they can have that slumber party. But if they want to operate under his rules, they got to go. So he's
right.
The right guy,
Yeah.
And that's why I say essentially what women implement as being the gatekeepers and the foundations they're setting. If a lot more women operate as wives, there'll be a lot more men being married because you can't make her no wife. You can teach her if she wants to be, if she's intentional. If she's an intentional woman that wants to be a wife, then I think you can help her be a wife. But if she's not intentional, you can't make a turn a hoe into a housewife.
Yo, we're not talking about that. God damn, there's levels to like, yo, I've never encountered
no, there ain't no levels. If she's not operating to be a wife, she's everything else. The same thing with men. If a man, if you're not walking this earth in order to build with another woman and invest in another woman to help this to help to make a better society, then what are you doing? And that's what we're being taught to be, just about ourselves, which makes sense because a lot of people are going against each other. So if you're intentional is one thing. If you're completely dismissing it altogether, that's another thing as well too.
So how come so much of these men out here turning around and say they can't find a wife? If
because they can't. The wife got to be
a wife.
If I say there's no, Keenan, I asked you to come on earlier. You're gonna come in right when I ask you.
He's gonna get antagonized by me. I know, yo. My ex-wife, bro.
If men are asking for Mercedes Benz and there's no Mercedes, there's nothing you can do about it.
Mm-hmm.
You gotta adjust
or create one. You gotta adjust. So this is the world we live in right now. Men love women, but women are here for man's pleasure. Either I'm having sex with you for pleasure, or you're gonna be my wife for pleasure. Same thing with women. But men were here to take care of women. Either I'm gonna take care of you as my wife, or I'm gonna take care of you sexually.
So do you think most men get with women like ultimately for sex?
What's your put? Hey, Sharon, you don't think women here for your pleasure?
No, absolutely not.
Oh, okay. So what they here for?
That's yo.
I think it depends on each individual of the human being, what they are important to you and what you need that human being for. So I don't look at all women as
When I say
principles for me.
pleasure, I mean they bringing happiness into your life. They make you feel good. They bringing a sense of happiness to your life. They're bringing pleasure. I'm not talking about just sexual pleasure. I mean,
No, I totally agree with that.
She's bringing pleasure to you.
You're talking about
so don't use it as just sexual. I'm saying there's
Man,
women that can sit by you
what
and
are
bring.
you talking about?
Hold on, in
It
there.
gotta
Hold
be
on,
sexual, man.
my brother.
Do you think I'm gonna be looking at a woman? Man, she's there for my sexual pleasure, number one.
No. Listen, a woman that brings pleasure to you intimately is sex, right? Your wife is going to have sex with you and be a good woman that brings value to your life. That's the different type of pleasure.
Initially, it's always like you're supposed to have some sort of chemical connection, and obviously that's supposed to mean something. But over time, if you're looking, I mean, I don't know, like most of these people that talk out here, they talk like they're 6 month, 1 year, 2 year relationships. Like when we're talking about marriage and things like that, you're looking at a lifetime, and realistically, you can't think about things like that all the time. You can't say, oh yeah, a woman's just gonna be my sexual objective all the
because we have
time.
the SUV. Okay. Yeah.
You can't do that. It's not gonna happen.
Hold on, Sam.
Equally,
Where you at,
Wow.
Yeah.
Man, y'all got kids and what's going on
Yeah.
right there?
No, I'm talking to some of my customers. No, go ahead. I'm sorry. Let me put it on mute.
Okay.
Yo, Ali.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I wanted to talk about the race thing.
Go on, bro. Go on, brother. What's up?
Yeah. I just want to say,
go on, my brother. You go back to the race thing.
Yeah. I just want to say, like, do you acknowledge that most people in the world are racist?
You say it again.
Do you acknowledge that most people in the world are racist?
Yes, of course. That's what I was trying to have the conversation.
So why do people complain about racism?
What's that?
So why do people complain about racism?
Because in the way we've been brought to this country, in our experiences in this country, this ain't our country. That's why people complain about it. So, and the way it's being, Sharon.
If I live amongst people.
No. Listen. What I mean. When we're being taught we're Americans, right? And then the country isn't really moving it in respect to your how can I say it, in your best interest, right? And then you start wondering, why are these things happening to me? And then we are being taught that if that it's not happening, whoever's doing it to you is being racist, right? We'll say that quickly, right? People are being racist, right? But in reality, it's almost to a place where it is competition, a survival of the fittest, and races are in competition to thrive and be at their best. So they're doing what's in their best interest. Are they wrong? In one way, you could say yes, and another way we could say no. But if I'm running an African country, do I want Africans to thrive, or do I want other races of people to thrive in my country?
No. So where you got wrong, if you really consider yourself American.
Hold on, he asked me a question.
The people that
Oh, go ahead, man.
The people that founded America, they were from Europe, though. So as much as you say that it's not your country, they're not native to the land either.
We had a misunderstanding. My bad about that. I'm talking about the concept of America. I'm talking about the colonial America, the British that came over here and then created the Americas. That's what I mean. The Spaniards that came over here. I'm not saying that the indigenous people of this land. I agree with you. This ain't their land. That's
what I'm saying. I'm acknowledging the same thing.
This colony, there's still a colony invading. But the problem is a lot of us that look like this think that they're with these people, and these people don't work in our best interests. And we just got to be honest about it.
Yeah, but it's an identity problem.
Yes,
because when you get a lot of black people, they're westernized, so they think like when I hear people talk here, I actually do this when I listen to black people talk on panels here. I actually count every time they say something conceptual or any kind of ideology. Every single thing they say comes from a white person. I watch people
I
speak.
agree.
They never say anything that doesn't come from a white person.
I agree.
And it's like they couldn't.
And Sharon, you can go right after me. I asked them. I say, okay, so if you're American, what American are you? Are you the British pre-colonial or colonial? Are you the Native American? Are you the 1776 American? Or what American are you? And then if you are American, whose identity is that? Is that the black man's identity? I'm talking about the concept of America. I'm not talking about the land. I said, whose identity is that? Is that your identity or is that another person's identity? If someone else, if you're looking at the Germans and looking at Jewish people aren't fighting to be Germans. We are so we make it as if it's honorable to be Americans when America's not working in our best interest, but it makes sense that they don't work in our best interest. I'm just asking to be honest about it.
So my main problem is if you think you're American, then the rules are made for Americans. The problem is once you start to try to separate yourself from being American, that's when you have the problem of, oh, they trying to be racist against me. The rules is made for Americans. It's not separate from white Americans and black Americans. Follow the rules and you can get the same grant, you get the same laws, everything is the same. So once you start separating yourself by ethnic group, then that's when you're gonna start having a problem.
But humans naturally separate yourself. When the country was founded, they founded it based on their own race. So majority of the time that black people have been in America, they haven't been citizens of America. So to say they're separating themselves, humans naturally separate. That's human nature.
Like Sharon, you're saying that we're separating ourselves, but the country separated people. It literally has, when you go somewhere, the list, when you apply to anything, what's your race?
Right, that's because we fought for those things. So we could say, oh, you got to have a certain percentage of this type of person there. You had to have a certain percentage of this type of person instead of just going for the most qualified human being. That's
okay. What
so now
country?
They have to put 3% is this, 10% is that, blah blah blah.
But what country in the world that has a multiracial population where the people are all united under one nationality and they're all working together and it's harmonious? Can you name a country in the world that's like that?
Can you name a country that separates their citizens by law?
What?
What I'm saying is they do not separate the citizens by their ethnic background. So if I'm American, if the gun law is this, then that's the gun law. It's not, oh, this is the gun law for white Americans and this is the gun law for black Americans. No, it's a gun law for Americans.
No, wait. Can you answer my question first? Are you acknowledging that there's no country like that?
Rem, where are you getting your information from?
I'm asking the question: is there any country in the world that has a multiracial?
There are, and I'm gonna name some, but I'm just asking where you getting your information from because it sounds.
Okay, just name it. I'm asking the question, and you're saying
it sounds like you ain't traveled, bro.
Okay, answer the question then.
So you're asking what?
What question did he ask that was I don't get. What do you mean, Simon? What did he ask that confused you?
He's saying, all right, go on, Ram. Ask the question again, please.
What country that has a multiracial population is harmonious, where everybody gets along, nobody's divided, and it's harmonious, and everybody's under one culture and one nationality? Can you name the country?
Russia.
Russia is a multiracial population.
He says not multi-race. So here's the problem. The problem that is because what you're saying, because they got multiple religions, they got multiple of everything. Scientists, naturalists, Catholics, Muslims. So like that question is going to be nowhere.
So the answer is there's no country.
No, I told you, Russia. Why do you think Russia
doesn't have a multiracial population?
They got more than one culture there. So.
But their race is over there too. It's an extreme amount of racial profiling.
If you've ever been to Russia, you would understand what I'm talking about.
They have the same experience. People who are not Russian, Simon, have essentially the same type of experience we have as black men over here, brother. Like
okay, listen, I could bring a Russian here on the screen, right? So Russia is multicultural.
No.
Why did you change this question?
This is the main thing that Rem is trying to say, Sharon. You cannot stop the fact that everywhere in the world, the race that's not the dominant race, the multi-race or the other race that's in that country is going to get mistreated. It's inevitable. It's what's going to happen. That's what he's trying to say. It's inevitable.
because we're always infighting.
And then we're pretending
No,
instead of
the problem with what he's saying is that those are individuals. An individual mistreat another individual. The country is not mistreating you. Those are individuals mistreating another individual.
No. There's reason why we have affirmative action and equal opportunity laws. And I keep telling you that because if this country could, they would hire people that look just like them. They wouldn't hire women. They wouldn't hire black men. They wouldn't have to hire people outside their race. They are made to meet a certain quota where they have to hire people that don't look like them. That had to be laws because they would. And not only that, you have labor laws. They would pay you nothing, almost nothing if they could, but they had to make a labor law because people would do that. The corporations would do that if they could. They would hire all black, all men, and pay you little to nothing if they could.
Why do you think that?
That's why there's law, Simon. Why do you think you have those laws, Simon? Like, Simon, are we that far away from segregation and integration and Jim Crow laws and remembering when slavery even stopped? Or do you have any affiliation with Homestead Acts or the Dawes Rose Acts where white men were getting free land and were allowed to be Native Americans, say Native Americans get free land and taught how to economize the land and facilitate and have facilities that taught them to pass generational wealth from generation to generation, Simon? These laws are here for a reason.
They are, and I understand what you're saying. But the thing is no one's putting themselves in a position to actually acquiesce those laws. It's like we are just sort of.
What happened to Malcolm X? What happened to Martin
That was
Luther
a
King?
long time ago. Like when was the
That's
last
not a long
figure?
time ago. Why do we do that? That's not a long time ago. That's the 60s. That's a long time ago.
That's why I back you, because I'm like,
My
you
dad
could be, you could be one of those guys.
Simon, how's that a long time ago if our fathers lived then? We
because
say
that
the
is
craziest thing. That's not
okay,
a long
so
time ago.
Malcolm X's father. Who speaks
No,
about
my
that?
father.
I'm saying, do you get what I'm saying? It's like we need to be progressive based on the situation that we're in. Like, we're in a new information age.
No, Simon, that's not the conversation. We did and I know you're trying to be intentional. I'm trying to
Okay, cool. I'll back off of that. I'll back off of that.
What's happening is when we speak about race, a lot of people try to dismiss it immediately. There's nothing with us trying to be progressive and doing the best we can, but we can't ignore the fact that progress is halted because of race.
I totally agree with you on that one.
Simon, I gotta say something to you.
Oh yeah.
Hey, Ilkan, make sure you nice, man.
No problem. I'll be nice. Simon.
Why are you gay?
Who says I'm gay?
You are gay.
Don't be naive about the United States. And I'll tell you why I said that. United States that you see only see two things. Your benefit to the country, which is tax paying, tax set. Your benefit to this country is tax paying. And I will tell you why. If you challenge the core of this country, they will go to war with you. You see what is going on between United States and China? US is a country that believes that they will dominate the world no matter what. You see what I'm saying? And if you as a black man thinks that you got it all in this country, the reason why they're giving you the opportunities because the white ones don't want to work anymore. They're lazy. You see what I'm saying? It's the reason why they give you opportunity. They're not giving you opportunity because they want you. They want it to remain in their community. That's why they want it to remain. So when Ali tells you that Malcolm X went through this and Malcolm X know what they're capable of doing and what they've done and what they are doing, that was not long ago, because the same long ago is still happening today. It's still happening today. But the one thing about it is this: when we become comfortable by having that little bit that we seek, we don't see the bigger picture that is far greater than us. And we become accustomed or satisfied with that little, then we are good with the rest. The wealth of this country is massive in the Caucasian community, very massive. So what we're getting from them is peanuts. And the reason why it's peanuts is this. Today, the average black person is still transferring debts, not wealth, to the next generation. Because the average black community, the average black...
We gotta stop spewing this garbage, man.
Hey, Sharon, let him finish, and it's not garbage, but you can go right after him to tell him it's garbage, but let him finish. It's definitely not garbage, but go ahead.
So the average black family is still transferring debt to the next generation, and I'll tell you why. The reason why is because they're not paying off the house. They don't have multiple houses. And not only the fact that they don't have multiple houses, they don't have lands. I was listening to something that Ilkan was saying, and it was the same thing that I said last night when I was on a different network. I told them, and I think Ali has had me say this before. I've said it before that the greatest wealth is not in the house that you bought, it's in the lands that you own. That is why you see this country is still not letting people buy land, but they will give you credit loan to buy a house, but they won't give you credit loan to buy a land. Go to Bank of America, a black man, you see 10 acres of land that you want to buy, they will tell you, I'm sorry, I can't give you loan for that. But you see a house, and that 10 acres of land might be $1 million, right? $1 million, they won't give you loan for it. But Bank of America will give a single mom that takes Section 8 a $500,000 loan to buy a house. Does that make any sense?
Yes, that makes sense.
How does it make a sense? Tell me, bro.
Most people can't move a house. The house is there. It's an asset. The house is the asset.
So you can move it.
Not a piece of land of just grass, and if you don't have the money to develop the land, then the land is worthless. Guess what? Do you know why? When I was studying engineering, there's a reason why I left industrial engineering and went back to mechanical engineering, because it was. So you just gonna skip past that comment? So I guess I was correct.
No, I'm answering you back. You know, remember I was talking, then I asked you a question. The reason why I tell you that I left industrial engineering and went back to mechanical engineering is because what? The market analysis in industrial engineering is a piece of garbage. When somebody tells you, oh, you can't move the house, can you move a land? You can't move a land. If you can't move a house, you can't move a land. And let me tell you something. You can actually burn down the house, but you can't burn down the land, right? Ali, am I correct?
Yeah, you can say the problem with that analogy is that the house is actually valuable. The land, you can actually burn the land, actually, and you can make the land even worth less. Because a land that's burnt down, that means you cannot farm on it, and it means that you can't build on it. So you can't actually burn the land because they have land that is burnt in Los Angeles right now that is useless, correct? So you can't burn the land.
I will tell you why the African elders are so smart. And they look at the Europeans, they shake their head. But the Europeans use brutality to suppress our people. Because our people knew that the greatest value we have is land. Bill Gates has spent the last 20-something years of his life buying more land than he was buying houses. You know why? Because Bill Gates understands the value of land. And the reason why I'm telling you this is because I own a lot of lands and less houses because I know the value of land. I'll tell you something. As a property owner, right? I know that one day a stupid ass tenant of mine might end up one day starting house making a stupid mistake or maybe a wiring mistake, and guess what? My whole house is on fire, right? But my land can never be on fire and be depreciated. You know what I got to do? I scrub the land and it's brand new again. That's it. It's brand new.
That's not true. That's not necessarily true, but
I just wish I could educate black people that start buying land, because land is wealth. That is why white people own more lands in this country than houses. They own more land in this country.
Also, you talking to somebody that is like what, less than 1%, and the person that you're talking about, he has the money to actually build on the land that he bought. He can put farms on there. He could put houses on there. He could do whatever he wants on that land. But you are talking to people that cannot afford. They live in check to check. They cannot build on that land.
Yep.
So you gotta we also gotta be realistic about what we're talking about. And when you talk about these white people that have all these land and houses, that's also talking about the 1% of this country as well. You are not talking to the majority of white folks. You're talking to the top 10%ers.
Yo, he directed the question at me, right?
Go ahead, guys. Go ahead.
Can I ask you a question? When you say you own these properties, are you the leaseholder or the freeholder?
I'm the title holders. I don't lease lands. I buy it outright. Why would I lease a land?
I'm just.
I don't. If you no, I own everything. If you put a lease on a land, I won't even look at it. I'll just keep moving.
So
that's how smart you have to work. I'm the title holder. I don't buy lands to lease. No, I don't do that shit. If you're not going to sell it to me, I'm done.
Okay, so how can you educate your brother? How did you go about acquiring this freehold?
Because number one, if you go to a lot in the United States, I don't know where. I think you're in London or UK because I visit London a lot, maybe 2-3 times a year.
I'm in London. Yeah, but
I visit London because you guys don't have that luxury. You see what I'm saying? I visit London very well. London.
Free.
Yeah, now I'm answering you. In the US right here, you can lease a land. Mostly it's commercial. Most residentials, you buy it outright. You can get a bank loan or maybe you buy it out of cash. So for residential, yes, it's very common that you buy it. So what I do, even in the US, what I do is buy the land. I don't lease it. But if I do commercial, I don't lease it either. Because some commercials, they give you option to lease or option to buy. So that's why I said to you, to answer you, you buy a land because number one, it's going to be put on the board right there that the land is for lease or the land is for sale. So it's right there on the plaque. They will tell you right there on the plaque if they listen it or if they're selling it. So you have the choice to either buy the one that is being leased or to lease the one that is being leased or you purchase the one that is being sold.
Okay, so the other question I had for you is like you said Malcolm X was a long time ago. That was like 64 years ago.
It wasn't. I didn't say it's a long time ago.
Why do you think 64? I mean, given your age, how do you think that's a long time ago?
I never said that. Right, I said it's recent.
He said it's recent.
So
you said it was
64 years.
Well, no, it is a long time ago. Let's not act like it was recent. It is a long time ago.
Man. How was it a long time ago if our fathers were living in it?
Our fathers are old.
Yo, this
is
crazy.
My mother passed away in that time, so I don't really see it as a long. People's lifespans have increased due to the fact that we have all these extra stuff going on. Like we have equipment, we have washing machines, we have dryers, we have DoorDash, we have all this extra stuff. So that allows us to do work and direct all that other work stuff that we used to sort of direct to our previous wives in a certain type of way. So that increases capacity for us to live. Plus we have all this pharmaceutical stuff coming at us where whether we want to like it or not allows us to live longer. So we have a different type of thought process in terms of our capability of actually doing stuff on earth as men. So we are allowed to have better choices, and this is why when we speak about women and their role, we need to be a bit more thoughtful about it, because obviously that ain't going away, but we can't. I don't know if we could continue to have the conversation about how women act in a relationship or a marriage, because what are we expecting them to do apart from what's expected of them?
Yeah. Well, I want everybody to get the last word. I'm definitely gonna do a part 2. I ain't get to nothing that I really was gonna even do.
I apologize, bro.
No, Simon,
you did 4 hours. You couldn't get to your words.
Heck no.
That's That's a good thing, though.
That's a good thing. That's a good thing. I still got a whole bunch of content to go through.
Hey, you guys
when-
be able to
because it was a good conversation. A lot of times people will say something about the host that wants to stay on the topic, and it was a good conversation to get thrown on, but it was a good conversation, so I didn't want to get it thrown off and just completely come back to the topic. I'll try to stay on the topic next time, but it is what it is. Anybody got any final words? And again, thank you for we had 70 people here at one point rocking with us. Thank you so much. Please like and subscribe. And for the 52 people still rocking with us, man, I truly appreciate it. Thank you for the cash apps. Thank you for the super chats. Thank you for the support. And hope we will figure out how to get the black race together, since we having a subject on the black race. And I think it's more what Ekene was saying is I think we need to focus more on having the home in ownership, real estate ownership, business ownership, versus just going, hey, we're making progress. You know, I think we do have to be taking more initiative of putting men that look like us ourselves in higher positions, instead of just being too passive of where we are right now. When again, you may be right, Sharon. I believe it's 20% of the population that owns 80% of all the land, but we still need to be fighting to make sure we can help other people that don't look like us progress well too, but it has to be reciprocated. And until it's reciprocated and people hugging and kissing and pushing us up, man, it's no way we can keep doing that. You know what I'm saying? Like, being honest. If there's individuals, we'll keep elevating. I'm all down with that. But until as a whole, people are pushing for us and elevating us and helping our men get in those positions, so we can help our women get in better positions, so we can get our children to be in better positions. We have to keep this conversation going and shed light on the disparities and the injustice that's occurring. I really believe that's our responsibility as black men, instead of being passive and saying, hey, everything's fine. It's okay. You know, anybody got any last words?
Yeah, I agree with your statement, and I just believe people gonna have to shift their idea. I think you're correct. I just think people need to shift their idea of what racism is, and they need to understand that if it's American law and you're American, that law applies to you. And so if there's a grant out there for Americans, it doesn't matter your color, that grant applies to you. They gotta get this idea that just because it's an American and you are Black American, that all of a sudden whatever that law is, it doesn't apply to you. That grant doesn't apply to you. This government facility doesn't apply to you. They gotta change that way of thinking. Understand that they're American, and if it's a law there, you need to go take advantage of it because you are American.
I want to push back, but we got to close up. Ooh, I want to push back on that, but I still agree with you. A portion of what you're saying is very critical. I'm not denying that. Ekene, you got any closing arguments, my brother?
Yeah. All I gotta say, yes. Oh yeah. All right. Go on, Ali. Go on, guys.
Okay. Ram, you got any closing arguments, my brother? And thank you so much, Ram, man. You should show up some more on panels, man. I don't know if I ever got to hear you on panels, but I love the way you think, man.
I just want to say,
thank you. I love the way you think as well.
Sharon, you all right too? Nah, Sharon, you a good brother. You know you're a good brother. What'd you say, Ram?
Most of the world is racist,
Yeah.
Most of the world is racist. The Western world is not even the most racist parts of the world. There's other parts of the world that's worse. And I think Black people need to stop complaining about racism and focus on power and focus on putting themselves closer to the means of sustenance in the society. I think this whole we need to come together and everything, this rainbow nation talk, it just sounds like weakness to me. It just sounds like people that have identity crisis trying to affiliate themselves with other people to try and have this illusion of inclusion because they don't have any belief that they can do things for themselves in their own group. So for me, it's an identity crisis.
But can you acknowledge this? Because I agree with you. And where I'm at in my mind, in my life right now, I agree with you 100%. But can you concede that we do have to address the identity crisis to get people to that position? Because the identity crisis is what's making people stuck on that and we do focus too much on
I
claiming
don't believe in that.
like
I don't believe in that anymore. I believe that the people that see
tribal mentality. Tribe. You saying whoever
people
align
that
with you,
see
align with you. Yeah.
the people that see these things and it doesn't resonate with them and they just want to go into the wherever they want to go, let them go.
Yeah, but
The outcome is going to be the outcome.
But Rem, this nation and other nations love those people the most, because as long as you feed them, as long as you put a roof over their head, and you give them some type of assistance in any capacity, they'll do anything for you, brother. So we got to be mindful of that. We have to care about those people. But I get what you're saying in a tribal mentality. I really do. But I'm saying, in as I took time to process that, I think there's people who are going to weed themselves out and just have to move out the way, and some people that might not be coming. But when I see what's happening to people that think like that, other people are using those people for their benefit. As long as they're giving them some type of housing and some type of food, some type of assistance, those people are the most used throughout the world, are the people that we go, hey, don't worry about them. The world is helping them and they're using them. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, but using them to what end? They're weaponizing them, right?
They're the highest taxpayers, they're the biggest consumers, they're the biggest the biggest amount of people are the people that's in poverty that's investing in these nations. You get what I'm saying? Like I need people to be poor. I need people to commit crimes. I need people to be sick. I need to be people deprived to continue invest in the nation and invest in my nation.
But the problem
you get what I'm saying? I'm at least going to meet your core needs, so that anything that I give to you, you still have to spend with me. That's all I'm saying. So when we go shop,
the reason why I don't,
you get what I'm, you get
the
what
reason
I'm
why
saying?
the reason why I don't think it's worth. I don't necessarily think it's always worth focusing on those people, because I don't think those people have like a strong enough sense of reality, and I don't think this is
what I mean. People that think like us, we have to invest in businesses that's in front of these communities, so that when people go shop, if they're shopping at Walmart, they're shopping at our mart. If they're shopping at Food Line or grocery store, they're shopping at our grocery store. If they're spending, so at least the resources are going into us. Do you get what I'm trying to say?
Oh yeah.
That's what I'm saying. We're investing in the people that's in power, because everywhere we go, we have to spend with this country and the corporations that they're investing in. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I understand. Yeah.
But you're right. I agree with you saying. I think we have to acknowledge what's happening and not pay too much focus on the fact that, oh, he's racist, he selective outrage, he did something right now. We have to put more time into re-implement our identity and empowering ourselves. I agree with you 100%. Simon, you got anything else to say?
Yeah. I believe in you, Ali, man. Even
thank you, Simon.
I come on YouTube because I come on YouTube. There's certain people that speak the truth, certain people that educate, there's certain people that actually do something. And I think Ali's one of them, man. I'm gonna believe you. I'm gonna believe in you like forever. Like I make an educated decision about certain people I believe in my life. Now, let's say that nice guys do not finish last. Or do they finish last? Maybe. I don't know. Maybe I was one of those nice guys. I don't really feel like I'm finishing last because I ain't even got there yet. But, when we start talking about how women rule men, again, maybe in certain types of particular situations, as been demonstrated through this platform in these conversations. Her worst enemy, I could totally agree with that. Because what happens in most cases in relationships is women will turn around and formulate their own worst enemy because they are no longer under the protection of their father. That's what we've got to understand.
Okay, so what we define as the nice guy was the pushover. So I get what you're saying. You're talking about the good guy doesn't finish last, the established guy, the guy that's moving with good intent, that can take care of himself, that invests in the community. What I meant by nice guy is the guy that's the pushover, that lets people take advantage of him, and he'll compromise his entire manhood and himself, his entirety and his identity, just so he can be validated by everyone else. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I concur, because
that's the nice guy that I'm talking about. I'm not talking about the good man that's principled and has a certain foundation and boundaries and a structure and has his own set of laws or operates under some type of righteousness where you have to be a certain type of person to be in his vicinity. He focuses on himself and he brings everybody else up with him that reciprocates the same thing that he's doing.
I had a colleague. I had a colleague, and she turned around to me and said she was married for like 6 years, and she divorced her husband, but they had a mortgage and they had to live under the same household. So she delegated him or degraded him, I would have thought,
right,
to the sofa.
Right.
And until they got divorced, which was like 2 years later,
Right.
he was like sleeping on the sofa. Like, men do not do this sort of stuff.
And that's the stuff I was talking about. D-Town, the only reason I want to bring you up, brother, because we were closing up. But you got any final say, man? I might start a live. I got to go get something to eat and go take care of some business real fast. I might start a live later. I don't know. I still think about it. D-Town, I love when you come through too, brother. You got any words on this? How long you been watching?
Man, shit, man. I just really woke up, man, and I'm out here with my daughter.
How you gonna come? How are you gonna come?
I love
through?
these.
I know,
Like
but when I see you, man, I'm always gonna hop on. You know, it's certain people. When I see, I'll be, you know, I gotta hop on, just say what's up.
Yeah.
You know?
Come on, man. You supposed to be all rocking with your brother. You supposed to be up, man.
I'm with you though, man. I was tired. My first time being off on Saturdays, man. So
I
know what I'm saying?
understand, man. So you got. I might go live again.
But
man.
if you come back, yeah. But you know, let's see. I'm with homeboy, man. I rock with you, Ali. Just keep doing your thing. I know you was trying to go down you was trying to mix up the ingredients on us a little bit, but I see you see it's hard to do it because they ain't gonna let you. I'm telling you.
I know, and they be like they pulling you this way. It's okay though. Proud of people.
Yeah.
Proud of people. But I think I'll be back, man. Thank y'all for rocking with me, man. Subscribe and like if you haven't subscribed or liked yet. And I hope we all elevate together, man. I want to progress to different things. I'm gonna try to do a part 2. I'm gonna do a part 2. I may go live, man, because I ain't even get to the main thing.
I am available in case you want me to say something.
Okay, Ekene, I love when you come. Ekene, I love you. People might give you a hard time, but I love you, brother. I love you, my brother. But y'all be safe, man. I'll be back soon.
All right now.
All right, family. Definitely ain't that ain't the right one. Hey, thank everyone for coming through, man. I love y'all. Thank you for the support. And I think I may come back to give you the actual show I was gonna do, but it was a good conversation. Hope y'all enjoyed it. And I'll be back. I may be back today. If not, I'll be back tomorrow. I know me and Fatty doing the live tomorrow with Fantasy and Lucky. So y'all should catch that. I think that's around either 12 or 1 o'clock Eastern time. But I may come back today. If not, I'll be doing that and probably a live tomorrow as well too. So I'll see y'all next time, man. Y'all be safe.
Yo.